Chapter 9 of the Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa, from 1865 to his death. Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868, by David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Peace Negotiations with Nsama. Geographical Gleanings. Curious Spider. Reach the River Lofu. Arrives at Nsama's. Hamis marries the daughter of Nsama. Flight of the bride. Conflagration in Arab quarters. Anxious to visit Lake Moero. Arab burial. Serious illness. Continues journey. Slave traders on the march. Reaches Moero. Description of the lake. Information concerning the Chambeze and Luapula. Hears of Lake Bemba. Visits spot of Dr. Lacerda's death. Kasembe apprised of Livingstone's approach. Meets Mohammed Bagharib. Lakelet Mafwe. Arrives at Kasembe's town. 1st August, 1867. Hamis sends off men to trade at Jiweres. Zikwi is the name for locust here. Nsigi or Ziggy, and Pansi the Swahili names. A perforated stone had been placed on one of the poles which formed the gateway into this stockade. It is oblong, 7 or 8 inches long by 4 broad, and beveled off on one side, and the diameter of the hole in the middle is about 1.5 inches. It shows evidence of the boring process in rings. It is of hard porphyry, and of a pinkish hue, and resembles somewhat a weight for a digging stick I saw in 1841 in the hands of a bushwoman. I saw one at a gateway near Kasonso's. The people know nothing of its use except as a charm to keep away evil from the village. 2nd August, 1867. Chronometer A stopped today without any apparent cause except the earthquake. It is probably malaria which causes that constant singing in the ears ever since my illness at Lake Liemba. 3rd August, 1867. We expect a message from Nsama every day, the new moon having appeared on the 1st of this month, and he was to send after its appearance. 5th August, 1867. Men came yesterday with the message that Hamis must wait a little longer, as Nsama had not yet got all the ivory and the goods which were stolen. They remained over yesterday. The headman, Katala, says that Lunda is 8 days from Nsama or Morero, and in going we cross a large river called Movu, which flows into Luapula. Another river called Mokobwa comes from the southeast into Moero. Itawa is the name of Nsama's country and people. A day distant from Nsama's place there is a hot fountain called Paka Pezia, and around it the earth shakes at times. It is possible that the earthquake we felt here may be connected with this same center of motion. 6th August, 1867. The weather is becoming milder. An increase of cold was caused by the wind coming from the south. We have good accounts of the Wasongo from all the Arabs. Their houses built for cattle are flat-roofed and enormously large. One, they say, is 1/4 mile long. Merere the chief has his dwelling house within it. Milk, butter, cheese are in enormous quantities. The tribe, too, is very large. I fear that they may be spoiled by the Arab underlings. 7th August, 1867. Some of my people went down to Korombo and were detained by the chief, who said, "I won't let you English go away and leave me in trouble with these Arabs." A slave had been given in charge to a man here and escaped. The Arabs hereupon went to Korombo and demanded payment from the chief there. He offered clothing, but they refused it, and would have a man. He then offered a man, but this man, having 2 children, they demanded all 3. They bully as much as they please by their firearms. After being spoken to by my people, the Arabs came away. The chief begged that I would come and visit him once more for only 1 day, but it is impossible, for we expect to move directly. I sent the information to Hamis, who replied that they had got a clue to the man who was whiling away their slaves from them. My people saw the others of the low squad, which always accompanies the better informed Arabs bullying the people of another village and taking fowls and food without payment. Slavery makes a bad neighborhood. Hamis is on friendly terms with a tribe of Mazitu who say that they have given up killing people. They lifted a great many cattle, but have very few now. Some of them came with him to show the way to Kansosos. Slaves are sold here in the same open way that the business is carried on in Zanzibar slave market. A man goes about calling out the price he wants for the slave who walks behind him. If a woman, she is taken into a hut to be examined in a state of nudity. Some of the Arabs believe that meteoric stones are thrown at Satan for his wickedness. They believe that cannon were taken up Kilimanjaro by the first Arabs who came into the country, and there they lie. They deny that Vanderdecken did more than go round a portion of the base of the mountain. He could not get on the mass of the mountain. All his donkeys and some of his men died by the cold. Hamis seems to be Cooley's great geographical oracle. The information one can cull from the Arabs respecting the country on the northwest is very indefinite. They magnify the difficulties in the way by tales of the cannibal tribes, where anyone dying is bought and no one ever buried. But this does not agree with the fact, which also is asserted, that the cannibals have plenty of sheep and goats. The Rua is about 10 days west of Tanganyika, and 5 days beyond it, a lake or river 10 miles broad is reached. It is said to be called Logarawa. All the water flows northwards, but no reliance can be placed on the statements. Kiombo is said to be the chief of Rua country. Another man asserts that Tanganyika flows northwards and forms a large water beyond Uganda, but no dependence can be placed on the statements of these half-Arabs. They pay no attention to anything but ivory and food. 25th August, 1867. Nasama requested the Arabs to give back his son who was captured. Some difficulty was made about this by his captor, but Hamis succeeded in getting him and about 9 others, and they are sent off today. We wait only for the people, who are scattered about the country. Hamis presented cakes, flour, a fowl, and a leg of goat, with a piece of eland meat. This animal goes by the same name here as at Kolobeng, Pofu. A fig tree here has large knobs on the bark like some species of acacia, and another looks like the malolo of the Zambezi magnified. A yellow wood gives an odor like incense when burned. A large spider makes a nest inside the huts. It consists of a piece of pure white paper, 1.5 inches broad, stuck flat on the wall. Under this, some 40 or 50 eggs are placed, and then 1/4 inch of thinner paper is put round it, apparently to fasten the first firmly. When making the paper, the spider moves itself over the surface in wavy lines. She then sits on it with her 8 legs spread over all for 3 weeks continuously, catching and eating any insects, as cockroaches, that come near her nest. After 3 weeks, she leaves it to hunt for food, but always returns at night. The natives do not molest it. A small ant masters the common fly by seizing a wing or leg and holding on till the fly is tired out. At first the fly can move about on the wing without inconvenience, but it is at last obliged to succumb to an enemy very much smaller than itself. A species of turaco, new to me, has a broad yellow mask on the upper part of the bill and forehead. The top knot is purple, the wings the same as in other species, but the red is roseate. The yellow of the mask plates is conspicuous at a distance. A large callosity forms on the shoulders of the regular Unamwisi porters from the heavy weights laid on them. I have noticed them 1.5 inches thick along the top of the shoulders. An old man was pointed out to me who had once carried 5 frasilas, approximately 175 pounds, of ivory from his own country to the coast. 30th August, 1867. We marched today from Chitimba's village after 3 months and 10 days' delay. On reaching Panda, 2.5 hours distant, we found Tipo Tipo, or Hamidi bin Mohammed, gone on, and so we followed him. Past a fine stream flowing southwest to the Lofu. Tipo Tipo gave me a fine fat goat. 31st August, 1867. Pass along a fine undulating district with much country covered with forest, but many open glades, and fine large trees along the water courses. We were on the northern slope of the watershed and could see far. Crossed 2 fine rivulets, the oozes still full and flowing. 1st September, 1867. We had to march in the afternoon on account of a dry patch existing in the direct way. We slept without water, though by diverging a few miles to the north we should have crossed many streams, but this is the best path for the whole year. Baraka went back to Tipo-Tipo's village, thus putting his intention of begging among the Arab slaves into operation. He has only one complaint, and that is dislike to work. He tried perseveringly to get others to run away with him, lost the medicine box, 6 tablecloths, and all our tools by giving his load off to a country lad while he went to collect mushrooms. He will probably return to Zanzibar and be a slave to the Arab slaves after being a perpetual nuisance to us for upwards of a year. 2nd September 1867. When we reached the ford of the Lofu, we found that we were at least 1,000 feet below Chitimbas. The last 6 hours of our march were without water, but when near to Chungu's village at the ford, we came to fine, flowing rivulets some 10 feet or so broad. Here we could see westwards and northwards the long lines of hills of denudation in Nasama's country, which till lately was densely peopled. Nasama is of the Babemba family. Kasonso, Chitimba, Kiwe, Orongwe are equals and of one family, Arungai. Chungu is a pleasant person and liberal according to his means. Large game is very abundant through all this country. The Lofu at the ford was 296 feet, the water flowing briskly over hardened sandstone flag and from thigh to waist deep. Elsewhere it is a little narrower, but not passable except by canoes. 4th and 5th September 1867. Went 7 hours west of the Lofu to a village called Hara, one of those burned by Hammies because the people would not take a peaceful message to Nasama. This country is called Itawa, and Hara is one of the districts. We waited at Hara to see if Nasama wished us any nearer to himself. He is very much afraid of the Arabs, and well he may be, for he was until lately supposed to be invincible. He fell before 20 muskets, and this has caused a panic throughout the country. The land is full of food, though the people have nearly all fled. The ground nuts are growing again for want of reapers, and 300 people living at free quarters make no impression on the food. 9th September 1867. Went 3 hours west of Hara and came to Nasama's new stockade, built close by the old one burned by Tipo-Tipo, as Hamidi bin Muhammad was named by Nasama. I sent a message to Nasama and received an invitation to come and visit him, but bring no guns. A large crowd of his people went with us, and before we came to the inner stockade they felt my clothes to see that no firearms were concealed about my person. When we reached Nasama, we found a very old man with a good head and face and a large abdomen, showing that he was addicted to pombe. His people have to carry him. I gave him a cloth and asked for guides to Marrero, which he readily granted, and asked leave to feel my clothes and hair. I advised him to try and live at peace, but his people were all so much beyond the control of himself and headman that at last, after scolding them, he told me that he would send for me by night, and then we would converse, but this seems to have gone out of his head. He sent me a goat, flour, and pombe, and the next day we returned to Hara. Nasama's people have generally small, well-chiseled features, and many are really handsome, and have nothing of the West Coast Negro about them, but they file their teeth to sharp points and greatly disfigure their mouths. The only difference between them and Europeans is the color. Many of the men have very finely formed heads, and so have the women, and the fashion of wearing the hair sets off their foreheads to advantage. The forehead is shaved off to the crown, the space narrowing as it goes up, then the back hair is arranged into knobs of about 10 rows. 10th September 1867. Some people of Ujiji have come to Nasama's to buy ivory with beads, but finding that the Arabs have forestalled them in the market, they intend to return in their dhow, or rather canoe, which is manned by about 50 hands. My goods are reported safe, and the meat of buffaloes which died in the way is there, and sun-dried. I sent a box containing papers, books, and some clothes to Ujiji. 14th September 1867. I remained at Hara, for I was ill, and Hammies had no confidence in Nasama, because he promised his daughter to wife by way of cementing the peace, but had not given her. Nasama also told Hamis to stay at Hara, and he would send him ivory for sale, but none came, nor do people come here to sell provisions, as they do elsewhere, so Hamis will return to Chitimbas to guard his people and property there, and send on Sidi Hamidi and his servants to Lopere, Kaibure, and Morero to buy ivory. He advised me to go with them, as he has no confidence in Nasama, and Hamidi thought that this was the plan to be preferred. It would be slower, as they would purchase ivory on the road, but safer to pass his country altogether than trust myself in his power. The entire population of the country has received a shock from the conquest of Nasama, and their views of the comparative values of bows and arrows and guns have undergone great change. Nasama was the Napoleon of these countries. No one could stand before him, hence the defeat of the invincible Nasama has caused a great panic. The Arabs say that they lost about 50 men in all. Nasama must have lost at least an equal number. The people seem intelligent and will no doubt act on the experience so dearly bought. In the midst of the doubts of Hamazes, a daughter of Nasama came this afternoon to be a wife and cementer of the peace. She came riding pickaback on a man's shoulders, a nice, modest, good-looking young woman, hair rubbed all over with nkola, a red pigment made from the camwood and much used as an ornament. She was accompanied by about a dozen young and old female attendants, each carrying a small basket with some provisions, as cassava, ground nuts, etc. The Arabs were all dressed in their finery, and the slaves, in fantastic dresses, flourished swords, fired guns, and yelled. When she was brought to Hami's hut, she descended, and with her maids went into the hut. She and her attendants had all small, neat features. I had been sitting with Hamis, and now rose up and went away. As I passed him, he spoke thus to himself, Hamis Wadim Tag, see to what you have brought yourself. 15th September, 1867. A guide had come from Nasama to take us to the countries beyond his territory. Hamis set off this morning with his new wife to his father-in-law, but was soon met by 2 messengers who said that he was not to come yet. We now sent for all the people who were out to go west or northwest without reference to Nasama. 16th through 18th September, 1867. Hamidi went to Nasama to try and get guides, but he would not let him come into his stockade unless he came up to it without either a gun or sword. Hamidi would not go in on these conditions, but Nasama promised guides, and they came after a visit by Hamis to Nasama, which he paid without telling any of us. He is evidently ashamed of his father-in-law. Those Arabs who despair of ivory invest their remaining beads and cloth in slaves. 20th September, 1867. I had resolved to go to Nasama's and thence to Morero today, but Hamis sent to say that men had come, and we were all to go with them on the 22nd. Nasama was so vacillating that I had no doubt but this was best. Hamis' wife, seeing the preparations that were made for starting, thought that her father was to be attacked, so she, her attendants, and the guides decamped by night. Hamis went again to Nasama and got other guides to enable us to go off at once. 22nd September, 1867. We went north for a couple of hours and then descended into the same valley as that in which I found Nasama. This valley is on the slope of the watershed and lies east and west. A ridge of dark red sandstone, covered with trees, forms its side on the south. Other ridges like this make the slope have the form of a stair with huge steps. The descent is gradually lost as we insensibly climb up the next ridge. The first plain between the steps is at times swampy, and the paths are covered with the impressions of human feet, which, being hardened by the sun, make walking on their uneven surface very difficult. Mosquitoes again. We had lost them during our long stay on the higher lands behind us. 23rd September, 1867. A fire had broken out in the night after we left Hara, and the wind being strong, it got the upper hand and swept away at once the whole of the temporary village of dry straw huts. Hamis lost all his beads, guns, powder, and cloth, except one bale. The news came this morning, and prayers were at once offered for him with incense. Some goods will also be sent, as a little incense was. The prayer book was held in the smoke of the incense while the responses were made. These Arabs seem to be very religious in their way. The prayers were chiefly to Horace, some relative of Mohammed. 24th September, 1867. Roused at 3 a.m. to be told that the next stage had no water, and we should be oppressed with the midday heat if we went now. We were to go at 2 p.m. Hamidi's wife being ill yesterday put a stop to our march on that afternoon. After the first hour, we descended from the ridge to which we had ascended. We had then a wall of tree-covered rocks on our left of more than 1,000 feet in altitude. After flanking it for a while, we went up, and then along it northwards till it vanished in the forest. Slept without a fresh supply of water. 25th September, 1867. Off at 5:30 a.m., through the same well-grown forest we have passed, and came to a village stockade, where the gates were shut, and the men all outside, in fear of the Arabs. We then descended from the ridge on which it stood, about 1,000 feet, into an immense plain, with a large river in the distance, some 10 miles off. 26th September, 1867. 2.5 hours brought us to the large river we saw yesterday. It is more than a mile wide and full of papyrus and other aquatic plants, and very difficult to ford, as the papyrus roots are hard to the bare feet, and we often plunged into holes up to the waist. A loose mass floated in the middle of our path. One could sometimes get on along this while it bent and heaved under the weight, but through it he would plunge and find great difficulty to get out. The water under this was very cold from evaporation. It took an hour and a half to cross it. It is called XIII, and winds away to the west to fall into the Kalongosi and Morero. Many animals, as elephants, tahitsis, zebras, and buffaloes, graze on the long sloping banks of about 1/4 of a mile down, while the ranges of hills we crossed as mere ridges now appear behind us in the south. 27th September, 1867. The people are numerous and friendly. One elephant was killed, and we remained to take the ivory from the dead beast. Buffaloes and zebras were also killed. It was so cloudy that no observations could be taken to determine our position, but XIII rises in Lopere. Further west is free of papyrus, and canoes are required to cross it. 28th September, 1867. 2 hours north brought us to the Kamosenga, a river 8 yards wide, of clear water which ran strongly among aquatic plants. Hippopotami, buffalo, and zebra abound. This goes into the XIII eastwards, country flat and covered with dense, tangled bush. Cassias and another tree of the pea family are now in flower, and perfume the air. Other 2 hours took us round a large bend of this river. 30th September, 1867. We crossed the Kamosenga, or another, and reach Kurungus. The Kamosenga divides Lopere from Itawa, the latter being Nasama's country. Lopere is northwest of it. 1st October, 1867. Kurungu was very much afraid of us. He kept everyone out of his stockade at first, but during the time the Arabs set forward to try and conciliate other chiefs, he gradually became more friendly. He had little ivory to sell, and of those who had, Matete or Matema seemed inclined to treat the messengers roughly. Men were also sent to Nasama, asking him to try and induce Matemba and Chikongo to be friendly and sell ivory and provisions, but he replied that these chiefs were not men under him, and if they thought themselves strong enough to contend against guns, he had nothing to say to them. Other chiefs threatened to run away as soon as they saw the Arabs approaching. These were assured that we meant to pass through the country alone, and if they gave us guides to show us how, we should avoid the villages altogether, and proceed to the countries where ivory was to be bought. However, the panic was too great, no one would agree to our overtures, and at last, when we did proceed, a chief on the river Choma fulfilled his threat and left us 3 empty villages. There were no people to sell, though the granaries were crammed, and it was impossible to prevent the slaves from stealing. 3rd through 4th October, 1867. When Chikongo heard Tipo-Tipo's message about buying ivory, he said, "And when did Tipo-Tipo place ivory in my country that he comes seeking it? Yet he sent a tusk and said, 'This is all I have, and he is not to come here.' Their hostile actions are caused principally by fear. If Nasama could not stand before the Malangwana or traders, how can we face them? I wish to go on to Moero, but all declare that our 10 guns would put all the villages to flight. They are terror-struck. First rains of this season on the 5th. 10th October, 1867. I had a long conversation with Saidi, who thinks that the sun rises and sets because the Quran says so, and he sees it. He asserts that Jesus foretold the coming of Muhammad, and that it was not Jesus who suffered on the cross, but a substitute, it being unlikely that a true prophet would be put to death so ignominiously. He does not understand how we can be glad that our Savior died for our sins. 12th October 1867. An elephant killed by Tipo-Tipo's men. It is always clouded over and often not a breath of air stirring. 16th October 1867. A great many of the women of this district and of Lopere have the swelled thyroid gland called goiter or Derbyshire neck. Men too appeared with it, and they in addition have hydrocele of large size. An Arab who had been long ill at Chitimbas died yesterday and was buried in the evening. No women were allowed to come near. A long silent prayer was uttered over the corpse when it was laid beside the grave, and then a cloth was held over as men in it deposited the remains beneath sticks placed slanting on the side of the bottom of the grave. This keeps the earth from coming directly into contact with the body. A feast was made by the friends of the departed, and portions sent to all who had attended the funeral. I got a good share. 18th October 1867. The last we hear of Nasama is that he will not interfere with Chikongo. 2 wives beat drums, and he dances to them. He is evidently in his dotage. We hear of many Arabs to the west of us. 20th October 1867. Very ill. I am always so when I have no work. Sore bones, much headache. Then lost power over the muscles of the back as at Liamba. No appetite and much thirst. The fever uninfluenced by medicine. 21st October 1867. Saidi sent his men to build a new hut in a better situation. I hope it may be a healthful one for me. 22nd October 1867. The final message from Chikongo was a discouraging one, no ivory. The Arabs, however, go west with me as far as Chasawes, who, being accustomed to Arabs from Tanganyika, will give me men to take me on to Moero. The Arabs will then return and we shall move on. 23rd October 1867. Tipo gave Karungu some cloth, and the chief is looking for something to give him in return. This detains us one day more. When a slave wishes to change his master, he goes to one whom he likes better and breaks a spear or a bow in his presence. The transference is irrevocable. This curious custom prevails on the Zambezi and also among the Wanyamesi. If the old master wishes to recover his slave, the new one may refuse to part with him except when he gets his full price. A case of this kind happened here yesterday. 25th October 1867. Authority was found in the Koran for staying one day more here. This was very trying, but the fact was our guide from Hara hither had enticed a young slave girl to run away, and he had given her in charge to one of his countrymen, who turned round and tried to secure her for himself, and gave information about the other enticing her away. Nothing can be more tedious than the Arab way of traveling. 26th October 1867. We went southwest for 5 hours through an undulating, well-wooded, well-peopled country, and quantities of large game. Several trees give out, when burned, very fine scents. Others do it when cut. Euphorbia is abundant. We slept by a torrent which had been filled with muddy water by late rains. It thunders every afternoon and rains somewhere as regularly as it thunders, but these are but partial rains. They do not cool the earth, nor fill the cracks made in the dry season. 27th October 1867. Off early in a fine drizzling rain, which continued for 2 hours and came on to a plain about 3 miles broad, full of large game. These plains are swamps at times, and they are flanked by ridges of denudation some 200 or 300 feet above them, and covered with trees. The ridges are generally hardened sandstone, marked with madrepores, and masses of brown hematite. It is very hot, and we become very tired. There is no system in the Arab marches. The first day was 5 hours, this 3.5 hours. Had it been reversed, short marches during the first days and longer afterwards, the muscles would have become inured to the exertion. A long line of heights on our south points to the valley of Nasama. 28th October 1867. 5 hours brought us to the Choma River and the villages of Chifupa, but, as already mentioned, the chief and people had fled, and no persuasion could prevail on them to come and sell us food. We showed a few who ventured to come among us what we were willing to give for flour, but they said, "Yes, we will call the women, and they will sell." None came. Rested all day on the banks of the Choma, which is a muddy stream coming from the north and going to the southwest to join the Chisera. It has worn itself a deep bed in the mud of its banks, and is 20 yards wide, and in some spots waist deep. At other parts it is unfordable. It contains plenty of fish, and hippopotami and crocodiles abound. I bought a few ground nuts at an exorbitant price, the men evidently not seeing that it would have been better to part with more at a lower price than to run off and leave all to be eaten by the slaves. 30th October, 1867. 2 ugly images were found in huts built for them. They represent, in a poor way, the people of the country, and are used in rain-making and curing the sick ceremonies. This is the nearest approach to idol worship I have seen in the country. 31st October, 1867. We marched over a long line of hills on our west, and in 5.5 hours came to some villages where the people sold us food willingly, and behaved altogether in a friendly way. We were met by a herd of buffaloes, but Side seized my gun from the boy who carried it, and when the animals came close past me, I was powerless, and not at all pleased with the want of good sense shown by my usually polite Arab friend. Note: the Choma is said by Muhammad bin Salah to go into Tanganyika. It goes to Kalangosi. 1st November 1867. We came along between ranges of hills considerably higher than those we have passed in Ottawa or Nasama's country, and thickly covered with trees, some in full foliage, and some putting forth fresh red leaves. The hills are about 700 or 800 feet above the valleys. This is not a district of running rills. We crossed 3 sluggish streamlets knee-deep. Buffaloes are very numerous. The ratel covers the buffalo droppings with earth in order to secure the scavenger beetles which bury themselves therein. He thus prevents them from rolling a portion away as usual. We built our sheds on a hillside. Our course was west and 6 1/4 hours. 2nd November 1867. Still in the same direction, and in an open valley remarkable for the numbers of a small euphorbia, which we smashed at every step. Crossed a small but strong rivulet, the Lapande, going southwest to Morero, then an hour afterwards crossed it again, now 20 yards wide and knee-deep. After descending from the tree-covered hill which divides Lapande from Luo, we crossed the latter to sleep on its western bank. The hills are granite now, and a range on our left, from 700 to 1,500 feet high, goes on all the way to Morero. These valleys along which we travel are beautiful. Green is the prevailing color, but the clumps of trees assume a great variety of forms, and often remind one of English park scenery. The long line of slaves and carriers brought up by their Arab employers adds life to the scene. They are in 3 bodies, and number 450 in all. Each party has a guide with a flag, and when that is planted, all that company stops till it is lifted, and a drum is beaten, and a kudu's horn sounded. One party is headed by about a dozen leaders, dressed with fantastic headgear of feathers and beads, red cloth on the bodies, and skins cut into strips and twisted. They take their places in line, the drum beats, the horn sounds harshly, and all fall in. These sounds seem to awaken a sort of esprit de corps in those who have once been slaves. My attendants now jumped up, and would scarcely allow me time to dress when they heard the sounds of their childhood, and all day they were among the foremost. One said to me that his feet were rotten with marching, and this though told that they were not called on to race along like slaves. The Africans cannot stand sneers. When any mishap occurs in the march, as when a branch tilts a load off a man's shoulder, all who see it set up a yell of derision. If anything is accidentally spilled, or if one is tired and sits down, the same yell greets him, and all are excited thereby to exert themselves. They hasten on with their loads and hurry with the sheds they build, the masters only bringing up the rear and helping anyone who may be sick. The distances traveled were quite as much as the masters or we could bear. Had frequent halts been made, as for instance a half or quarter of an hour at the end of every hour or two, but little distress would have been felt, but 5 hours at a stretch is more than men can bear in a hot climate. The female slaves held on bravely, nearly all carried loads on their heads. The head or lady of the party, who is also the wife of the Arab, was the only exception. She had a fine white shawl with ornaments of gold and silver on her head. These ladies had a jaunty walk and never gave in on the longest march. Many pounds weight of fine copper leglets above the ankles seemed only to help the sway of their walk. As soon as they arrive at the sleeping place, they begin to cook, and in this art they show a good deal of expertness, making savory dishes for their masters out of wild fruits and other not very likely materials. 3rd November, 1867. The ranges of hills retire as we advance. The soil is very rich. At 2 villages the people did not want us, so we went on and encamped near a third, Kabwakwa, where a son of Muhammad bin Sa'ilah with a number of Wanyamisi lives. The chief of this part is Muabo, but we did not see him. The people brought plenty of food for us to buy. The youth's father is at Kasembe's. The country people were very much given to falsehood. Every place inquired for was near, ivory abundant, provision of all sorts, cheap and plenty. Our headman trusted to these statements of this young man rather, and he led them to desist going further. Rua country was a month distant, he said, and but little ivory there. It is but 3 days off. We saw it after 3 days. No ivory at Kasembe's or here in Bure or Kabure. He was right as to Kasembe. Letters, however, came from Hamis with news of a depressing nature. Chitimba is dead, and so is Mambwe. Chitimba's people are fighting for the chieftainship. Great hunger prevails there now, the Arabs having bought up all the food. Moriri, a chief dispossessed of his country by Nasama, wished Hamis to restore his possessions, but Hamis said that he had made peace and would not interfere. This unfavorable news from a part where the chief results of their trading were deposited made Said and Tipo decide to remain in Bure only 10 or 20 days, send out people to buy what ivory they could find, and then retire. As Saidi and Tipo were sending men to Kasembe for ivory, I resolved to go thither first, instead of shaping my course for Ujiji. Very many cases of goiter in men and women here. I see no reason for it. This is only 3,350 feet above the sea. 7th November, 1867. Start for Morero, convoyed by all the Arabs for some distance. They have been extremely kind. We draw near to the mountain range on our left called Kakoma and sleep at one of Kaputa's villages, our course now being nearly south. 8th November, 1867. Villages are very thickly studded over the valley formed by Kakoma Range and another at a greater distance on our right. 100 or 200 yards is a common distance between these villages, which, like those in Londa or Lunda, are all shaded with trees of a species of Ficus indica. One belongs to Puta, and this Puta, the paramount chief, sent to say that if we slept there and gave him a cloth, he would send men to conduct us the next day and ferry us across. I was willing to remain, but his people would not lend a hut, so we came on to the lake and no ferry. Probably he thought that we were going across the Luaba into Rua. Lake Moero seems of goodly size and is flanked by ranges of mountains on the east and west. Its banks are of coarse sand and slope gradually down to the water. Outside these banks stands a thick belt of tropical vegetation in which fishermen build their huts. The country called Rua lies on the west and is seen as a lofty range of dark mountains. Another range of less height but more broken stands along the eastern shore, and in it lies the path to Kasembe. We slept in a fisherman's hut on the north shore. They brought a large fish, called monde, for sale. It has a slimy skin and no scales, a large head with tentaculae like the Siluridae, and large eyes. The great gums in its mouth have a brush-like surface like a whale's in miniature. It is said to eat small fish. A bony spine rises on its back, I suppose for defense, which is 2.5 inches long and thick as a quill. They are very retentive of life. The northern shore has a fine sweep like an unbent bow, and round the western end flows the water that makes the river Lualaba, which, before it enters Moero, is the Luapula, and that again, if the most intelligent reports speak true, is the Chambeze before it enters Lake Bemba or Bangweolo. We came along the north shore till we reached the eastern flanking range, then ascended and turned south, the people very suspicious, shutting their gates as we drew near. We were alone and only 9 persons in all, but they must have had reason for fear. One headman refused us admission, then sent after us saying that the man who had refused admission was not the chief. He had come from a distance and had just arrived. It being better to appear friendly than otherwise, we went back, and were well entertained. Provisions were given when we went away. Flies abound and are very troublesome. They seem to be attracted by the great numbers of fish caught. The people here are Babemba, but beyond the river Kalongosi, they are all Balunda. A trade in salt is carried on from different salt springs and salt mud to Lunda and elsewhere. We meet parties of salt traders daily, and they return our salutations very cordially, rubbing earth on the arms. We find our path lies between two ranges of mountains, one flanking the eastern shore, the other about 3 miles more inland and parallel to it. These are covered thickly with trees and are of loosely coherent granite. Many villages are in the space enclosed by these ranges, but all insecure. 12th November 1867. We came to the Kalongosi, or as the Arabs and Portuguese pronounce it, Karonguisi, about 60 yards wide, and flowing fast over stones. It is deep enough, even now when the rainy season is not commenced, to require canoes. It is said to rise in Kumbi, or Afar, a country to the southeast of our ford. Fish in great numbers are caught when ascending to spawn. They are secured by weirs, nets, hooks. Large, strong baskets are placed in the rapids and filled with stones. When the water rises, these baskets are standing places for the fishermen to angle or throw their nets. Having crossed the Kalongosi, we were now in Lunda, or Londa. 13th November 1867. We saw that the Kalongosi went north till it met a large meadow on the shores of Moero, and turning westwards, it entered there. The fishermen gave us the names of 39 species of fish in the lake. They said that they never cease ascending the Kalongosi, though at times they are more abundant than at others. They are as follows: Monde, Mota, Lassa, Casibe, Malombe, Lopembe, Motoya, Chipansa, Mpifu, Manda, Impala, Mumbu, Mufu, Mende, Seuse, Karia Nicolo, Iteaka, Nakomo, Lafisha, Sambamkaka, Ntando, Sampa, Bongwe, Mabanga, Kise, Kuyana, Nikosu, Pale, Musungu, Latembwa, Mechibere, Koninchia, Sipa, Lomembe, Molenga, Moronge, Dofindu, Pende. 14th November 1867. Being doubtful as to whether we were in the right path, I sent to a village to inquire. The headman, evidently one of a former Kasembe school, came to us full of wrath. What right had we to come that way, seeing the usual path was to our left? He mouthed some sentences in the pompous Lunda style, but would not show us the path, so we left him, and after going through a forest of large trees, 4.5 hours south, took advantage of some huts on the Kirfura River, built by bark cloth cutters. 15th November 1867. Heavy rains, but we went on and found a village, Kifurwa, surrounded by cassava fields, and next day crossed the Mwatse, 25 yards wide and running strongly towards Moero, knee-deep. The river Kabukwa, 7 yards wide and also knee-deep, going to swell the Mwatse. We now crossed a brook, Chirongo, 1 yard wide and 1 deep, but our march was all through well-grown forest, chiefly gum copal trees and bark cloth trees. The gum copal oozes out in abundance after or during the rains from holes 1/4 inch in diameter made by an insect. It falls and in time sinks into the soil, a supply for future generations. These small, well-rounded features of the people of Nasama's country are common here, as we observe in the salt traders and villages. Indeed, this is the home of the Negro, and the features such as we see in pictures of ancient Egyptians, as first pointed out by Mr. Winwood Reade. We sleep by the river Mandapala, 12 yards wide and knee-deep. 18th November 1867. We rest by the Kabusi, a sluggish, narrow rivulet. It runs into the Chungu 1/4 mile off. The Chungu is broad but choked with trees and aquatic plants, sapotas, esquinominas, papyrus, etc. The free stream is 18 yards wide and waist deep. We had to wade about 100 yards, thigh and waist deep, to get to the free stream. On this, the Chungu, Dr. Lacerda died. It is joined by the Mandapala and flows a united stream into Moero. The statements of the people are confused, but the following is what I have gleaned from many. There were some Ujiji people with the Kasembe of the time. The Portuguese and Ujijians began to fight, but Kasembe said to them and the Portuguese, "You are all my guests, why should you fight and kill each other?" He then gave Lacerda 10 slaves and men to live with him and work at building huts, bringing firewood, water, etc. He made similar presents to the Ujijians, which quieted them. Lacerda was but 10 days at Chungu when he died. The place of his death was about 9 degrees 32 minutes, and not 8 degrees 43 minutes, as in Mr. Arrowsmith's map. The feud arose from one of Lucerda's people killing an Unjujuin at the water. This would certainly be a barrier to their movements. Palm oil trees are common west of the Chungu, but none appeared east of it. The oil is eaten by the people and is very nice and sweet. This is remarkable, as the altitude above the sea is 3,350 feet. Allah is a very common exclamation among all the peoples west of Nasama. By advice of a guide whom we picked up at Kifirwa, we sent 4 fathoms of calico to apprise Kasembe of our coming. The Arabs usually send 10 fathoms. In our case, it was a very superfluous notice, for Kasembe is said to have been telegraphed to by runners at every stage of our progress after crossing the Kalangosi. We remain by the Chungu till Kasembe sends one of his counselors to guide us to his town. It has been so perpetually clouded over that we have been unable to make out our progress, and the dense forest prevented us seeing Morero as we wished. Rain and thunder perpetually, though the rain seldom fell where we were. I saw pure white-headed swallows, Salidocpricni albiceps, skimming the surface of the Chungu as we crossed it. The soil is very rich. Kasembe's groundnuts are the largest I have seen, and so is the cassava. I got over a pint of palm oil for a cubit of calico. A fine young man whose father had been the Kasembe before this one came to see us. He is in the background now, otherwise he would have conducted us to the village. A son or heir does not succeed to the chieftainship here. 21st November, 1867. The river Lunde was 5 miles from Chungu. It is 6 yards wide where we crossed it, but larger further down. Springs were oozing out of its bed. We then entered on a broad plain covered with bush, the trees being all cleared off in building a village. When one Kasembe dies, the man who succeeds him invariably removes and builds his pembwe, or court, at another place. When Dr. Lacerda died, the Kasembe moved to near the north end of the Mafwe. There have been 7 Kasembes in all. The word means a general. The plain extending from the Lunde to the town of Kasembe is level and studded pretty thickly with red ant hills from 15 to 20 feet high. Kasembe has made a broad path from his town to the Lunde, about 1.5 miles long, and as broad as a carriage path. The chief's residence is enclosed in a wall of reeds 8 or 9 feet high and 300 yards square. The gateway is ornamented with about 60 human skulls. A shed stands in the middle of the road before we come to the gate, with a cannon dressed in gaudy cloths. A number of noisy fellows stopped our party and demanded tribute for the cannon. I burst through them, and the rest followed without giving anything. They were afraid of the English. The town is on the east bank of the lakelet Mafwe, and 1 mile from its northern end. Mohammed bin Salah now met us, his men firing guns of welcome. He conducted us to a shed of reception, and then gave us a hut till we could build one of our own. Mohammed is a fine, portly, black Arab with a pleasant smile and pure white beard, and has been more than 10 years in these parts, and lived with 4 Kasembes. He has considerable influence here, and also on Tanganyika. An Arab trader, Mohammed Bagharib, who arrived 7 days before us with an immense number of slaves, presented a meal of vermicelli, oil, and honey, also cassava meal cooked, so as to resemble a sweetmeat. I had not tasted honey or sugar since we left Lake Nyassa in September 1866. They had coffee, too. Neither goats, sheep, nor cattle thrive here, so the people are confined to fowls and fish. Cassava is very extensively cultivated indeed, so generally is this plant grown that it is impossible to know which is town and which is country. Every hut has a plantation around it, in which is grown cassava, holcus sorghum, maize, beans, nuts. Muhammad gives the same account of the river Luapula and Lake Bemba that Jumbe did, but he adds that the Chambeze, where we crossed it, is the Luapula before it enters Bemba or Bangawiolo. On coming out of that lake, it turns round and comes away to the north as Luapula, and, without touching the Mafwe, goes into Moero. Then, emerging thence at the northwest end, it becomes Lulaba, goes into Rua, forms a lake there, and afterwards goes into another lake beyond Tanganyika. The lakelet Mafwe fills during the rains and spreads westward much beyond its banks. Elephants wandering in its mud flats, when covered, are annually killed in numbers. If it were connected with the Lake Morero, the flood would run off. Many of Kasembe's people appear with ears cropped and hands lopped off. The present chief has been often guilty of this barbarity. One man has just come to us without ears or hands. He tries to excite our pity by making a chirruping noise, by striking his cheeks with the stumps of his hands. A dwarf also, one Zofu with backbone broken, comes about us. He talks with an air of authority and is present at all public occurrences. The people seem to bear with him. He is a stranger from a tribe in the north and works in his garden very briskly. His height is 3 feet 9 inches. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa from 1865 to his death. Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868, by David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Grand Reception of the Traveler. Kasembe and his wife. Long stay in the town. Goes to explore Moero. Despatch to Lord Clarendon with notes on recent travels. Illness at the end of 1867. Further exploration of Lake Moero. Flooded plains. The River Luau. Visits Kabawata. Joy of Arabs at Mohammed bin Salah's freedom. Again ill with fever. Stories of underground dwellings. 24th November 1867. We were called to be presented to Kasembe in a grand reception. The present Kasembe has a very heavy, uninteresting countenance, without beard or whiskers, and somewhat of the Chinese type, and his eyes have an outward squint. He smiled but once during the day, and that was pleasant enough, though the cropped ears and lopped hands, with human skulls at the gate, made me indisposed to look on anything with favor. His principal wife came with her attendants, after he had departed, to look at the Englishman, Moenge Rese. She was a fine, tall, and good-featured lady with 2 spears in her hand. The principal men who had come around made way for her, and called on me to salute. I did so, but she, being 40 yards off, I involuntarily beckoned her to come nearer. This upset the gravity of all her attendants. All burst into a laugh and ran off. Kasembe's smile was elicited by the dwarf making some uncouth antics before him. His executioner also came forward to look. He had a broad lunda sword on his arm and a curious scissor-like instrument at his neck for cropping ears. On saying to him that his was nasty work, he smiled, and so did many who were not sure of their ears at the moment. Many men of respectability show that at some former time they have been thus punished. Kasembe sent us another large basket of fire-dried fish. In addition to that, he sent us at Chungu 2 baskets of flour, 1 of dried cassava, and a pot of pombe, or beer. Mohammed, who was accustomed to much more liberal Kasembes, thinks this one very stingy, having neither generosity nor good sense, but as we cannot consume all he gives, we do not complain. 27th November, 1867. Kasembe's chief wife passes frequently to her plantation, carried by 6, or more commonly by 12 men, in a sort of palanquin. She has European features, but light brown complexion. A number of men run before her, brandishing swords and battle-axes, and one beats a hollow instrument, giving warning to passengers to clear the way. She has 2 enormous pipes ready filled for smoking. She is very attentive to her agriculture. Cassava is the chief product. Sweet potatoes, maize, sorghum, panistum, millet, ground oats, cotton. The people seem more savage than any I have yet seen. They strike each other barbarously from mere wantonness, but they are civil enough to me. Mohammed bin Salah proposes to go to Ujiji next month. He waited when he heard of our coming, in order that we might go together. He has a very low opinion of the present chief. The area which has served for building the chief town at different times is about 10 miles in diameter. Mafwe is a shallow piece of water about 2 miles broad, 4 or less long, full of sedgy islands, the abodes of waterfowl, but some are solid enough to be cultivated. The bottom is mud, though sandy at the east shore. It has no communication with the Luapula. 28th November, 1867. The Lunde, Chungu, and Mandapala are said to join and flow into Moero. Fish are in great abundance. Perch. On the west side, there is a grove of palm oil palms, and beyond west rises a long range of mountains of the Rua country, 15 or 20 miles off. 1st December 1867. An old man named Perembe is the owner of the land on which Kasembe has built. They always keep up the traditional ownership. Munongo is a brother of Perembe, and he owns the country east of the Kalongosi. If anyone wished to cultivate land, he would apply to these aboriginal chiefs for it. I asked a man from Kasembe to guide me to south end of Marrero, but he advised me not to go as it was so marshy. The Lunde forms a marsh on one side, and the Luapala lets water percolate through sand and mud, and so does the Rabuque, which makes the path often knee-deep. He said he would send men to conduct me to Marrero a little further down, and added that we had got very little to eat from him, and he wanted to give more. Marrero's south end is about 9 degrees 30 minutes south. Old Perembe is a sensible man. Mohammed thinks him 150 years old. He is always on the side of liberality and fairness. He says that the first Kasembe was attracted to Mafwe by the abundance of fish in it. He has the idea of all men being derived from a single pair. 7th December 1867. It is very cloudy here. No observations can be made, as it clouds over every afternoon and night. 8th and 11th December 1867. Cleared off last night, but intermittent fever prevented my going out. 13th December 1867. Set in rains. A number of fine young girls who live in Kasembe's compound came and shook hands in their way, which is to cross the right over to your left and clasp them, then give a few claps with both hands and repeat the crossed clasp. They want to tell their children that they have seen me. 15th December 1867. Today I announced to Kasembe our intention of going away. 2 traders got the same return present from him that I did, namely, 1 goat and some fish, meal and cassava. I am always ill when not working. I spend my time writing letters to be ready when we come to Ujiji. 18th December 1867. We have been here a month and I cannot get more than 2 lunars. I got altitudes of the meridian of stars north and south soon after we came, but not lunars. Kasembe sent a big basket of fire-dried fish, 2 pots of beer, and a basket of cassava, and says we may go when we choose. 18th December 1867. On going to say goodbye to Kasembe, he tried to be gracious, said that we had eaten but little of his food, yet he allowed us to go. He sent for a man to escort us, and on the 22nd December 1867, we went to Lunde River, crossed it, and went on to sleep at the Chungu, close by the place where Kasembe's court stood when Dr. Lacerda came, for the town was moved further west as soon as the doctor died. There are many palm oil palms about, but no tradition exists of their introduction. 23rd December 1867. We crossed the Chungu, rain from above and cold and wet to the waist below, as I do not lift my shirt, because the white skin makes all stare. I saw black monkeys at this spot. The Chungu is joined by the Kalusi and the Mandapala before it enters Moero. Kasembe said that the Lunde ran into Mafwe. Others denied this and said that it formed a marsh with numbers of pools in long grass, but it may ooze into Mafwe thus. Kasembe sent 3 men to guide me to Morero. 24th December, drizzly rain, and we are in a miserable spot by the Kabusi, in a bed of brackens 4 feet high. The guides won't stir in this weather. I gave beads to buy what could be got for Christmas. 25th December, 1867. Drizzly showers every now and then. Soil, black mud. About 10 men came as guides and as a convoy of honor to Mohammed. 27th December, 1867. In 2 hours we crossed Mandapala, now waist deep. This part was well stocked with people 5 years ago, but Kasembe's severity in cropping ears and other mutilations, selling the children for slight offenses, etc., made them all flee to neighboring tribes, and now, if he sent all over the country, he could not collect 1,000 men. Livingstone refers, on the 15th December, to some writings he was engaged upon, and we find one of them here in his journal, which takes the form of a despatch to Lord Clarendon, with a note attached to the effect that it was not copied or sent, as he had no paper for the purpose. It affords an epitomized description of his late travels and the stay at Kasembe, and is inserted here in the place of many notes written daily, but which only repeat the same events and observations in a less readable form. It is especially valuable at this stage of his journal because it treats on the whole geography of the district between Lakes Nyassa and Moero, with a broad handling which is impossible in the mere jottings of a diary. Town of Kasembe, 10th December, 1867. Latitude 9 degrees, 37 minutes, 13 seconds south. Longitude 28 degrees east. The Right Honorable, the Earl of Clarendon. My Lord, the first opportunity I had of sending a letter to the coast occurred in February last, when I was at a village called Molemba, latitude 10 degrees 14 minutes south, longitude 31 degrees 46 minutes east, in the country named Lobemba. Lobisa, Lobemba, Ulungu, and Italunda are the names by which the districts of an elevated region between the parallels 11 degrees and 8 degrees south and meridians 28 degrees through 33 degrees longitude east are known. The altitude of this upland is from 4,000 to 6,000 feet above the level of the sea. It is generally covered with forest, well watered by numerous rivulets, and comparatively cold. The soil is very rich and yields abundantly wherever cultivated. This is the watershed between the Luanga, a tributary of the Zambezi, and several rivers which flow towards the north. Of the latter, the most remarkable is the Chambezi, for it assists in the formation of 3 lakes and changes its name 3 times in the 500 or 600 miles of its course. On leaving Lobemba, we entered Ulungo, and as we proceeded northwards, perceived by the barometers in the courses of numerous rivulets that a decided slope lay in that direction. A friendly Ulungu chief named Kasonso, on hearing that I wished to visit Lake Liamba, which lies in his country, gave his son with a large escort to guide me thither, and on the 2nd April last we reached the brim of the deep cup-like cavity in which the lake reposes. The descent is 2,000 feet, and still the surface of the water is upwards of 2,500 feet above the level of the sea. The sides of the hollow are very steep, and sometimes the rocks run the whole 2,000 feet sheer down to the water. Nowhere is there 3 miles of level land from the foot of the cliffs to the shore, but top, sides, and bottom are covered with well-grown wood and grass, except where the bare rocks protrude. The scenery is extremely beautiful. The Easy, a stream of 15 yards broad and thigh deep, came down alongside our precipitous path and formed cascades by leaping 300 feet at a time. These, with the bright red of the clay schists among the greenwood trees, made the dullest of my attendants pause and remark with wonder. Antelopes, buffaloes, and elephants abound on the steep slopes, and hippopotami, crocodiles, and fish swam in the water. Gnus are here unknown, and these animals may live to old age if not beguiled into pitfalls. The elephants sometimes eat the crops of the natives and flap their big ears just outside the village stockades. One got out of our way onto a comparatively level spot, and then stood and roared at us. Elsewhere they make clear off at a sight of man. The first village we came to on the banks of the lake had a grove of palm oil and other trees around it. This palm tree was not the dwarf species seen on Lake Nyassa. A cluster of the fruit passed the door of my hut, which required 2 men to carry it. The fruits seemed quite as large as those on the west coast. Most of the natives live on 2 islands where they cultivate the soil, rear goats, and catch fish. The lake is not large, from 15 to 20 miles broad and from 30 to 40 long. It is the receptacle of 4 considerable streams and sends out an arm 2 miles broad to the north-northwest. It is said to Tanganyika, and it may be a branch of that lake. One of the streams, the Lanzua, drives a smooth body of water into the lake 50 yards broad and 10 fathoms deep, bearing on its surface duckweed and grassy islands. I could see the mouths of other streams, but got near enough to measure the Lofu only, and at a ford 50 miles from the confluence it was 100 yards wide and waist deep in the dry season. We remained 6 weeks on the shores of the lake, trying to pick up some flesh and strength. A party of Arabs came into Ulungu after us in search of ivory, and hearing that an Englishman had preceded them, naturally inquired where I was. But our friends, the Baulungu, suspecting that mischief was meant, stoutly denied that they had ever seen anything of the sort, and then became very urgent that I should go on to one of the inhabited islands for safety. I regret that I suspected them of intending to make me a prisoner there, which they could have easily done by removing the canoes, But when the villagers who deceived the Arabs told me afterwards with an air of triumph how nicely they had managed, I saw that they had only been anxious for my safety. On 3 occasions the same friendly disposition was shown, and when we went round the west side of the lake in order to examine the arm or branch above referred to, the headman at the confluence of the Lofu protested so strongly against my going — the Arabs had been fighting, and I might be mistaken for an Arab and killed — that I felt half inclined to believe him. 2 Arab slaves entered the village the same afternoon in search of ivory, and confirmed all he had said. We now altered our course, intending to go south about the district disturbed by the Arabs. When we had gone 60 miles, we heard that the headquarters of the Arabs were 22 miles further. They had found ivory very cheap, and pushed on to the west, till attacked by a chief named Nisama, whom they beat in his own stockade. They were now at a loss which way to turn. On reaching Chitimba's village, latitude 8 degrees 57 minutes 55 seconds south, longitude 30 degrees 20 minutes east, I found them about 600 in all, and on presenting a letter I had from the Sultan of Zanzibar, was immediately supplied with provisions, beads, and cloth. They approved of my plan of passing to the south of Nasama's country, but advised waiting till the effects of punishment, which the Balungu had resolved to inflict on Nasama for breach of public law, were known. It had always been understood that whoever brought goods into the country was to be protected, and 2 hours after my arrival at Chitimba's, the son of Kasono, our guide, marched in with his contingent. It was anticipated that Nasama might flee. If to the north, he would leave me free passage through his country. If to the south, I might be safe from walking into his hands. But it turned out that Nasama was anxious for peace. He had sent 2 men with elephants' tusks to begin a negotiation, but treachery was suspected and they were shot down. Another effort was made with 10 goats and repulsed. This was much to the regret of the head Arabs. It was fortunate for me that the Arab goods were not all sold, for Lake Moero lay in Nasama's country, and without peace no ivory could be bought, nor could I reach the lake. The peacemaking between the people and Arabs was, however, a tedious process, occupying 3.5 months, drinking each other's blood. This, as I saw it west of this in 1854, is not more horrible than the 30th dilution of deadly nightshade or strychnine is in homeopathy. I thought that had I been an Arab I could easily swallow that, but not the next means of cementing the peace, marrying a black wife. Nasama's daughter was the bride, and she turned out very pretty. She came riding pick-a-back on a man's shoulders. This is the most dignified conveyance that chiefs and their families can command. She had 10 maids with her, each carrying a basket of provisions, and all having the same beautiful features as herself. She was taken by the principal Arab, but soon showed that she preferred her father to her husband. Foreseeing preparations made to send off to purchase ivory, she suspected that her father was to be attacked and made her escape. I then visited Nasama, and as he objected to many people coming near him, took only 3 of my 8 attendants. His people were very much afraid of firearms and felt all my clothing to see if I had concealed any on my person. Nasama is an old man with head and face like those sculptured on the Assyrian monuments. He has been a great conqueror in his time, and with bows and arrows was invincible. He is said to have destroyed many native traders from Tanganyika, but 20 Arab guns made him flee from his own stockade and caused a great sensation in the country. He was much taken with my hair and woolen clothing, but his people, heedless of his scolding, so pressed upon us that we could not converse, and after promising to send for me to talk during the night, our interview ended. He promised guides to Moero and sent us more provisions than we could carry, but showed so much distrust that after all we went without his assistance. Nasama's people are particularly handsome. Many of the men have as beautiful heads as one could find in an assembly of Europeans. All have very fine forms, with small hands and feet. None of the West Coast ugliness, from which most of our ideas of the Negroes are derived, is here to be seen. No prothagnious jaws or lark heels offended the sight. My observations deepened the impression first obtained from the remarks of Winward Reade, that the typical Negro is seen in the ancient Egyptian, and not in the ungainly forms, which grow up in the unhealthy swamps of the West Coast. Indeed, it is probable that this upland forest region is the true home of the Negro. The women excited the admiration of the Arabs. They have fine, small, well-formed features. Their great defect is one of fashion, which does not extend to the next tribe. They file their teeth to points, the hussies, and that makes their smile like that of the crocodile. Nasama's country is called Ottawa, and his principal town is in latitude 8 degrees 55 minutes south and longitude 29 degrees 21 minutes east. From the large population he had under him, Ottawa is in many parts well cleared of trees for cultivation, and it is lower than Ilungu, being generally about 3,000 feet above the sea. Long lines of tree-covered hills raised some 600 or 700 feet above these valleys of denudation prevent the scenery from being monotonous. Large game is abundant. Elephants, buffaloes, and zebras grazed in large numbers on the long, sloping banks of a river called XIII, a mile and a half broad. In going north, we crossed this river, or rather marsh, which is full of papyrus plants and reeds. Our ford was an elephant's path, and the roots of the papyrus, though a carpet to these animals, were sharp and sore to feet usually protected by shoes, and often made us shrink and flounder into holes chest deep. The XIII forms a larger marsh west of this, and it gives off its water to the Kalongosi, a feeder of Lake Moero. The Arabs sent out men in all directions to purchase ivory, but their victory over Nasama had created a panic among the tribes which no verbal assurances could allay. If Nasama had been routed by 20 Arab guns, no one could stand before them but Kasembe, and Kasembe had issued strict orders to his people not to allow the Arabs who fought Nasama to enter his country. They did not attempt to force their way, but after sending friendly messages and presents to different chiefs, when these were not cordially received, turned off in some other direction, and at last, despairing of more ivory, turned homewards. From first to last they were extremely kind to me and showed all due respect to the Sultan's letter. I am glad that I was witness to their mode of trading in ivory and slaves. It formed a complete contrast to the atrocious dealings of the Kilwa traders, who are supposed to be, but are not, the subjects of the same Sultan. If one wished to depict the slave trade in its most attractive, or rather least objectionable form, he would accompany these gentlemen subjects of the Sultan of Zanzibar. If he would describe the land traffic in its most disgusting phases, he would follow the Kilwa traders along the road to Nyassa, or the Portuguese half-castes from Tet to the river Shiré. Keeping to the north of Nasama altogether and moving westwards, our small party reached the north end of Moero on the 8th November last. There the lake is a goodly piece of water, 12 or more miles broad, and flanked on the east and west by ranges of lofty tree-covered mountains. The range on the west is the highest and is part of the country called Rua Moero. It gives off a river at its northwest called Lualaba, and receives the river Kalongosi, pronounced by the Arabs Karongwisi, on the end near its middle, and the rivers Luapula and Ravukwe at its southern extremity. The points of most interest in Lake Moero is that it forms one of a chain of lakes connected by a river some 500 miles in length. First of all, the Chambezi rises in the country of Mambwe, northeast of Molemba. It then flows southwest and west till it reaches latitude 11 degrees south and longitude 29 degrees east, where it forms Lake Bemba, or Banguiolo. Emerging thence, it assumes the new name Luapola, and comes down here to fall into Moero. On going out of this lake, it is known by the name Lualaba, as it flows northwest into Rua to form another lake with many islands called Urenge or Ulenge. Beyond this, information is not positive as to whether it enters Tanganyika or another lake beyond that. When I crossed the Chambezi, the similarity of names led me to imagine that this was a branch of the Zambezi. The natives said no, this goes southwest and forms a very large water there. But I had become prepossessed with the idea that Lake Liemba was that Bemba of which I had heard in 1863, and we have been so starved in the south that I gladly set my face north. The river-like prolongation of Liemba might go to Moero, and where I could not follow the arm of Liemba. Then I worked my way to this lake. Since coming to Kasembes, the testimony of natives and Arabs has been so united and consistent that I am but 10 days from Lake Bemba, or Banguiolo, that I cannot doubt its accuracy. I am so tired of exploration without a word from home or anywhere else for 2 years that I must go to Ujiji on Tanganyika for letters before doing anything else. The banks and country adjacent to Lake Banguiolo are reported to be now very muddy and very unhealthy. I have no medicine. The inhabitants suffer greatly from swelled thyroid gland or Derbyshire neck and elephantiasis, and this is the rainy season and very unsafe for me. When at the lower end of Morero, we were so near to Kisembe that it was thought well to ascertain the length of the lake and see Kisembe too. We came up between the double range that flanks the east of the lake, but mountains and plains are so covered with well-grown forest that we could seldom see it. We reached Kisembe's town on the 28th of November. It stands near the north end of the lakelet Mafwe. This is from 1 to 3 miles broad and some 6 or 7 long. It is full of sedgy islands and abounds in fish. The country is quite level, but 15 or 20 miles west of Mafwe we see a long range of the mountains of Rua. Between this range and Mafwe, the Luapula flows past into Moero. The lake called Moero Okata equals the Great Moero, being about 50 miles long. The town of Kisembe covers a mile square of cassava plantations, the huts being dotted over that space. Some have square enclosures of reeds, but no attempt has been made at arrangement. It might be called a rural village rather than a town. No estimate could be formed by counting the huts. They were so irregularly planted and hidden by cassava, but my impression from other collections of huts was that the population was under 1,000 souls. The court or compound of Kisembe, some would call it a palace, is a square enclosure of 300 yards by 200 yards. It is surrounded by a hedge of high reeds. Inside, where Kisembe honored me with a grand reception, stands a gigantic hut for Kisembe and a score of small huts for domestics. The queen's hut stands behind that of the chief, with a number of small huts also. Most of the enclosed space is covered with a plantation of cassava, Quercus purgaris, and cotton. Kisembe sat before his hut on an equate seat placed on lion and leopard skins. He was clothed in a coarse blue and white Manchester print edged with red baize, and arranged in large folds so as to look like a crinoline put on wrong side foremost. His arms, legs, and head were covered with sleeves, leggings, and cap made of various colored beads and neat patterns. A crown of yellow feathers surmounted his cap. Each of his headmen came forward, shaded by a huge ill-made umbrella, and followed by his dependents, made obeisance to Kisembe, and sat down on his right and left. Various bands of musicians did the same. When called upon, I rose and bowed, and an old counselor, with his ears cropped, gave the chief as a full account as he had been able to gather during our stay of the English in general, and my antecedents in particular. My having passed through Lunda to the west of Kisembe and visited chiefs of whom he scarcely knew anything excited most attention. He then assured me that I was welcome to his country, to go where I liked, and do what I chose. We then went, 2 boys carrying his train behind him, to an inner apartment where the articles of my present were exhibited in detail. He had examined them privately before, and we knew that he was satisfied. They consisted of 8 yards of orange-colored serge, a large striped tablecloth, another large cloth made at Manchester in imitation of West Coast native manufacture, which never fails to excite the admiration of Arabs and natives, and a large, richly gilded comb for the back hair, such as ladies wore 50 years ago. This was given to me by a friend at Liverpool, and as Kisembe and Nasama's people cultivate the hair into large knobs behind, I was sure that this article would tickle the fancy. Kisembe expressed himself pleased and again bade me welcome. I had another interview and tried to dissuade him from selling his people as slaves. He listened a while, then broke off into a tirade on the greatness of his country, his power and dominion, which Mohammed bin Salah, who has been here for 10 years, turned into ridicule, and made the audience laugh by telling how other Lunda chiefs had given me oxen and sheep, while Kisembe had only a poor little goat and some fish to bestow. He insisted also that there were but 2 sovereigns in the world, the Sultan of Zanzibar and Victoria. When we went on a 3rd occasion to bid Kisembe farewell, he was much less distant and gave me the impression that I could soon become friends with him, but he has an ungainly look and an outward squint in each eye. A number of human skulls adorn the entrance to his courtyard, and great numbers of his principal men have their ears cropped, and some with their hands lopped off, showed his barbarous way of making his ministers attentive and honest. I could not avoid indulging a prejudice against him. The Portuguese visited Kisembe long ago, but as each new Kisembe builds a new town, it is not easy to fix on the exact spot to which strangers came. The last 7 Kisembes have had their towns within 7 miles of the present one. Dr. Lacerda, governor of Tete on the Zambezi, was the only visitor of scientific attainments, and he died at the rivulet called Chungu, 3 or 4 miles from this. The spot is called Nchinda or Inchinda, which the Portuguese wrote Lucenda or Usenda. The latitude given is nearly 50 miles wrong, but the natives say that he lived only 10 days after his arrival, and if, as is probable, his mind was clouded with fever when he last observed, those who have experienced what that is will readily excuse any mistake he may have made. His object was to accomplish a much desired project of the Portuguese, to have an overland communication between their eastern and western possessions. This was never made by any of the Portuguese nation, but 2 black traders succeeded partially with a part of the distance, crossing once from Kassange in Angola to Tete on the Zambezi, and returning with a letter from the governor of Mozambique. It is remarkable that this journey, which was less by 1,000 miles than from sea to sea and back again, should have forever quenched all white Portuguese aspirations for an overland route. The different Casembes visited by the Portuguese seem to have varied much in character and otherwise. Pereira, the first visitor, said, I quote from memory, that Cazembe had 20,000 trained soldiers, watered his streets daily, and sacrificed 20 human victims every day. I could hear nothing of human sacrifices now, and it is questionable if the present Cazembe could bring 1,000 stragglers into the field. When he usurped power 5 years ago, his country was densely peopled, but he was so severe in his punishments, cropping the ears, lopping off the hands, and other mutilations, selling the children for very slight offenses, that his subjects gradually dispersed themselves in the neighboring countries beyond his power. This is the common mode by which tyranny is cured in parts like these, where fugitives are never returned. The present Cazembe is very poor. When he had people who killed elephants, he was too stingy to share the profits of the sale of the ivory with his subordinates. The elephant hunters have either left him or neglect hunting, so he has now no tusks to sell the Arab traders who come from Tanganyika. Major Monteiro, the 3rd Portuguese who visited Cazembe, appears to have been badly treated by this man's predecessor, and no other of his nation has ventured so far since. They do not lose much by remaining away, for a little ivory and slaves are all that Cazembe ever can have to sell. About a month to the west of this, the people of Katanga smelt copper ore, malachite, into large bars shaped like a capital letter I. They may be met with of from 50 to 100 pounds, weight all over the country, and the inhabitants draw the copper into wire for armlets and leglets. Gold is also found at Katanga, and specimens were lately sent to the Sultan of Zanzibar. As we come down from the watershed towards Tanganyika, we enter an area of the earth's surface still disturbed by internal igneous action. A hot fountain in the country of Nasama is often used to boil cassava and maize. Earthquakes are by no means rare. We experienced the shock of one while at Chitimba's village, and they extend as far as Cazembe's. I felt as if afloat, and as huts would not fall, there was no sense of danger. Some of them that happened at night set the fowls a-cackling. The most remarkable effect of this one was that it changed the rates of the chronometers. No rain fell after it. No one had access to the chronometers but myself, and as I had never heard of this effect before, I may mention that one which lost with great regularity 1½ seconds daily lost 15 seconds. Another whose rate since leaving the coast was 15 seconds lost 40 seconds, and a third which gained 6 seconds daily stopped altogether. Some of Nasama's people ascribed the earthquakes to the hot fountain because it showed unusual commotion on these occasions. Another hot fountain exists near Tanganyika than Nasama's, and we passed one on the shores of Moero. We could not understand why the natives called Moero much larger than Tanganyika till we saw both. The greater lake lies in a comparatively narrow trough with highlands on each side, which is always visible. But when we look at Moero, to the south of the mountains of Rua on the west, we have nothing but an apparently boundless sea horizon. The Luapula and Rovuque form a marsh at the southern extremity, and Cazembe dissuaded me from entering it, but sent a man to guide me to different points of Moero further down. From the heights at which the southern portions were seen, it must be from 40 to 60 miles broad. From the south end of the mountains of Rua, 9 degrees 4 minutes south latitude, it is 33 miles broad. No native ever attempts to cross it even there. Its fisheries are of great value to the inhabitants, and the produce is carried to great distances. Among the vegetable products of this region, that which interested me most was a sort of potato. It does not belong to the solanaceous, but to the papilionaceous, or pea family, and its flowers have a delightful fragrance. It is easily propagated by small cuttings of the root or stalk. The tuber is oblong, like our kidney potato, and when boiled, tastes exactly like our common potato. When unripe, it has a slight degree of bitterness, and it is believed to be wholesome. A piece of the root eaten raw is a good remedy in nausea. It is met with on the uplands alone and seems incapable of bearing much heat, though I kept some of the roots without earth in a box, which was carried in the sun almost daily for 6 months, without destroying their vegetative power. It is remarkable that in all the central region of Africa visited, the cotton is that known as the Pernambuco variety. It has a long, strong staple, seeds clustered together and adherent to each other. The bushes, 8 or 10 feet high, have woody stems, and the people make strong, striped black and white shawls of the cotton. It was pleasant to meet the palm oil palm, Elias guineensis, at Casimbes, which is over 3,000 feet above the level of the sea. The oil is sold cheap, but no tradition exists of its introduction into the country. I send no sketch of the country because I have not yet passed over a sufficient surface to give it a connected view of the whole watershed of this region, and I regret that I cannot recommend any of the published maps I have seen as giving even a tolerable idea of the country. One bold constructor of maps has tacked on 200 miles to the northwest end of Lake Nyassa, a feat which no traveler has ever ventured to imitate. Another has placed a river in the same quarter running 3,000 or 4,000 feet uphill and named it the New Zambezi, because I suppose the old Zambezi runs downhill. I have walked over both these mental abortions and did not know that I was walking on water till I saw them in the maps. The dispatch breaks off at this point. The year concludes with health impaired. As time goes on, we shall see how ominous the conviction was which made him dread the swamps of Bangweolo. 28th through 31st December 1867. We came on to the rivulet Chirongo and then to Kabukwa, where I was taken ill. Heavy rains kept the convoy back. I have had nothing but coarsely ground sorghum meal for some time back and am weak. I used to be the first in the line of march, and now am the last. Mohammed presented a meal of finely ground porridge and a fowl, and I immediately felt the difference, though I was not grumbling at my coarse dishes. It is well that I did not go to Bangweolo Lake, for it is now very unhealthy to the natives, and I fear that without medicine, continual wettings by fording rivulets might have knocked me up altogether. As I have mentioned, people suffer greatly from swelled thyroid gland, or Derbyshire neck, and elephantiasis scroti. 1st January, 1868. Almighty Father, forgive the sins of the past year for thy Son's sake. Help me to be more profitable during this year. If I am to die this year, prepare me for it. I bought 5 hose at 2 or 3 yards of calico each. They are 13 1/2 inches by 6 1/2 inches. Many are made in Casimbes country, and this is the last place we can find them. When we come into Bure, we can purchase a good goat for one. One of my goats died and the other dried up. I long for others, as milk is the most strengthening food I can get. My guide to Moero came today, and I visited the lake several times so as to get a good idea of its size. The first 15 miles in the north are from 12 or more to 33 miles broad. The great mass of the Rua Mountains confines it. Thus, in a clear day, a lower range is seen continued from the high point of the first mass away to the west-southwest. This ends, and sea horizon is alone visible away to the south and west. From the height we viewed it at, the width must be over 40, perhaps 60 miles. A large island called Kirwa is situated between the Mandapala and Kabukwa rivers, but nearest to the other shore. The natives never attempt to cross any part of the lake south of this Kirwa. Land could not be seen with a good glass on the clearest day we had. I can understand why the natives pronounced Moero to be larger than Tanganyika. In the last named, they see the land always on both sides. It is like a vast trough, flanked with highlands, but at Moero nothing but sea horizon can be seen when one looks southwest of the Rua Mountains. At the Kulungosi meadow, one of Mohammed's men shot a buffalo, and he gave me a leg of the good beefy flesh. Our course was slow, caused partly by rains and partly by waiting for the convoy. The people at Kongolosi were afraid to ferry us or any of his people in the convoy out of Casimbes country, but at last we gave a good fee and their scruples yielded. They were influenced also by seeing other villagers ready to undertake the job, The latter nearly fought over us on seeing that their neighbors got all the fare. We then came along the lake and close to its shores. The moisture caused a profusion of gingers, ferns, and tropical forest. Buffaloes, zebras, and elephants are numerous, and the villagers at Chicosi's, where we slept, warned us against lions and leopards. 12th January 1868. Sunday at Karembe's village. The mountains east of him are called Makunga. We went yesterday to the shore, and by protraction, Rua Point was distant 33 miles. He is a large man, with a gruff voice, but liked by his people and by strangers. I gave him a cloth, and he gave me a goat. The enthusiasm with which I held on to visit Moero had communicated itself to Tipo Tipo and Said bin Ali, for they followed me up to this place to see the lake and remained 5 days while we were at Kasembe's. Other Arabs, or rather Swahilis, must have seen it, but never mentioned it as anything worth looking at. And it was only when all hope of ivory was gone that these two headmen found time to come. There is a large population here. 13th January 1868. Heavy rains. Karembe mentioned a natural curiosity as likely to interest me. A little rivulet, Chimpamba, goes some distance underground, but is uninteresting. Next day we crossed the Vuna, a strong torrent, which has a hot fountain close by the ford, in which maize and cassava may be boiled. A large one in Nasama's country is used in the same way, maize and cassava being tied to a string and thrown in to be cooked. Some natives believe that earthquakes are connected with its violent ebullitions. We crossed the Katete, another strong torrent, before reaching the north end of Moero, where we slept in some travelers' huts. Leaving the lake and going north, we soon got on to a plain flooded by the luau. We had to wade through very adhesive black mud, generally ankle deep, and having many holes in it much deeper. We had 4 hours of this, and then came to the ford of the luau itself. We waded up a branch of it waist deep for at least 1/4 mile, then crossed a narrow part by means of a rude bridge of branches and trees, of about 40 yards width. The luau, in spreading over the plains, confers benefits on the inhabitants, though I could not help concluding it imparts disease too, for the black mud in places smells horribly. Great numbers of Siluridae, chiefly Clarius capensis, often 3 feet in length, spread over the flooded portions of the country, eating the young of other fishes and insects, lizards, and worms killed by waters. The people make their weirs for them, and as the waters retire, kill large numbers, which they use as a relish to their farinaceous food. 16th January 1868. After sleeping near the luau, we went on towards the village in which Muhammad's son lives. It is on the Kokoma River and is called Kabwabwata, the village of Mubao. In many of the villages, the people shut their stockades as soon as we appear, and stand bows and arrows in hand till we have passed. The reason seems to be that the slaves, when out of sight of their masters, carry things with a high hand, demanding food and other things as if they had power and authority. One slave stole 2 tobacco pipes yesterday in passing through a village. The villagers complained to me when I came up, and I waited till Mohammed came and told him. We then went forward, the men keeping close to me, till we got the slave and the pipes. They stole cassava as we went along, but this could scarcely be prevented. They laid hold of a plant 1.5 inches thick and tore it out of the soft soil with its 5 or 6 roots as large as our largest carrots, stowed the roots away in their loads, and went on eating them. But the stalk thrown among those still growing shows the theft. The raw roots are agreeable and nutritious. No great harm is done by this, for the gardens are so large, but it inspires distrust in the inhabitants and makes it dangerous for Arabs to travel not fully manned and armed. On reaching the village Kabwabwata, a great demonstration was made by Muhammad's Arab dependents and Wayamwisi. The women had their faces all smeared with pipe clay and lulilooed with all their might. When we came among the huts, they cast hands full of soil on their heads, while the men fired off their guns as fast as they could load them. Those connected with Muhammad ran and kissed his hands and fired till the sound of shouting, lulalooing, clapping of hands, and shooting was deafening. Muhammad was quite overcome by this demonstration, and it was long before he could still them. On the way to this village from the south, we observed an extensive breadth of land under ground nuts, which are made into an oil. A large jar of this is sold for a hoe. The ground nuts were now in flower and green maize ready to be eaten. People all busy planting, transplanting, or weeding. They plant cassava on mounds prepared for it, on which they have sown beans, sorghum, maize, pumpkins. These ripen and leave the cassava a free soil. The sorghum or dura is sown thickly, and when about a foot high, if the owner has been able to prepare the soil elsewhere, it is transplanted, a portion of the leaves being cut off to prevent too great evaporation and the death of the plant. 17th January, 1868. The Wanyamwezi and people of Garaganza say that we have 13 days' march from this to the Tanganyika Lake. It is often muddy and many rivulets are to be crossed. Muhammad is naturally anxious to stay a little while with his son, for it is a wet season and the mud is disagreeable to travel over. It is said to be worse near Ujiji. He cooks small delicacies for me with the little he has and tries to make me comfortable. Vinegar is made from bananas and oil from ground nuts. I am anxious to be off, but chiefly to get news. I find that many Unyamwezi people are waiting here on account of the great quantity of rainwater in front. It would be difficult, they say, to get canoes on Tanganyika as the waves are now large. 24th January 1868. 2 of Muhammad Baghrib's people came from Kasembes to trade here, and a body of Said bin Habib's people, also from Garaganza, near Kazay. They report the flooded lands on this side of Lake Tanganyika as waist and chest deep. Bin Habib, being at Katanga, will not stir till the rains are over, and I fear we are storm-stayed till then too. The feeders of the Marungu are not fordable just now, and no canoes are to be had. 26th and 27th January 1868. I am ill with fever, as I always am when stationary. 28th January 1868. Better and thankful to him of the greatest name. We must remain. It is a dry spot and favorable for ground nuts. Whooping cough here. 30th January 1868. The earth cooled by the rain last night sends all to transplanting dura or sorghum. They cut the leaves till only about 18 inches of them are left, but it grows all the better for the change of place. Muhammad believes that Tanganyika flows through Rusizi to Lohindi, Chuambo. Syed is said to have been the first Arab sultan who traded, and Syed Majid follows the example of his father, and has many Arab traders in his employment. He lately sent 8 buffaloes to Matiza, king of Uganda, son of Suna, by way of increasing his trade, but it is not likely that he will give up the lucrative trade in ivory and slaves. Susie bought a hoe with a little gunpowder, then a cylinder of dura 3 feet long by 2 feet in diameter for the hoe. It is at least 100 weight. Stone underground houses are reported in Rua, but whether natural or artificial, Muhammad could not say. If a present is made to the Rua chiefs, they never obstruct passengers. Chikosi, at whose village we passed a night near Kolongosi, and Chiputa are both dead. The Mafwe fills during the greater rains and spreads over a large district. Elephants then wander in its marshes and are killed easily by people in canoes. This happens every year, and Muhammad Baghrib waits now for this ivory. 7th to 21st February 1868. On inquiring of men who have seen the underground houses in Rua, I find that they are very extensive, ranging along mountainsides for 20 miles, and in one part a rivulet flows inside. In some cases, the doorways are level with the country adjacent. In others, ladders are used to climb up to them. Inside they are said to be very large, and not the work of men, but of God. The people have plenty of fowls, and they too obtain shelter in these troglodyte habitations. 23rd February 1868. I was visited by an important chief called Chape, who said that he wanted to make friends with the English. He, Chisapi, Sama, Muabo, Karembwe are of one tribe or family, the Oanza. He did not beg anything and promised to send me a goat. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa, from 1865 to his death. Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868, by David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Riot in the Camp. Muhammad's account of his long imprisonment. Superstitions about children's teeth. Concerning Dreams. News of Lake Chawambe. Life of the Arab Slavers. The Katanga Gold Supply. Muabo. Ascent of the Rua Mountains. Said bin Habib. Birthday, 19th March 1868. Hostility of Maputo. Contemplates visiting Lake Bemba. Nile sources. Men desert. The shores of Moero. Visits Funga Funga. Return to Kasembes. Obstructiveness of cropped ears. Accounts of Pereira and Dr. Lacerda. Major Monteiro. The line of Kasembes. Kasembe explains the connection of the lakes and the Luapula. Queen Moari. Arab sacrifice. Kapika gets rid of his wife. 24th February 1868. Some slaves who came with Muhammad Baghrib's agent abused my men this morning as bringing unclean meat into the village to sell, though it had been killed by a man of the Wanyamwesi. They called out, "Kafir, Kafir," and Susi, roused by this, launched forth with a stick. The others joined in the row, and the offenders were beat off, but they went and collected all their number and renewed the assault. One threw a heavy block of wood and struck Simon on the head, making him quite insensible and convulsed for some time. He has 3 wounds on the head, which may prove serious. This is the first outburst of Mohammedan bigotry we have met, and by those who know so little of the creed that it is questionable if one of them can repeat the formula, La ilaha illallahu Muhammad Rasulallah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Simon recovered, but galas are in general not strong. 25th February 1868. Muhammad called on me this morning to apologize for the outrage of yesterday, but no one was to blame except the slaves, and I wanted no punishment inflicted if they were cautioned for the future. It seems plain that if they don't wish to buy the unclean meat, they can let it alone. No harm is done. The Wanyamwesi kill for all, and some Mohammedans say that they won't eat of it, but their wives and people do eat it privately. I asked Muhammad today if it were true that he was a prisoner at Kasembes. He replied, quite so. Some Garaganza people, now at Katanga, fought with Kasembe, and Muhammad was suspected of being connected with them. Kasembe attacked his people, and during the turmoil 100 frasilas of copper were stolen from him and many of his people killed. Kasembe kept him a prisoner till 60 of his people were either killed or died, among these Muhammad's eldest son. He was thus reduced to poverty. He gave something to Kasembe to allow him to depart, and I suspect that my sultan's letter had considerable influence in inducing Kasembe to accede to his request, for he repeated again and again in my hearing that he must pay respect to my letter and see me safe at least as far as Ujiji. Muhammad says that he will not return to Kasembe again, but will begin to trade with some other chief. It is rather hard for a man at his age to begin de novo. He is respected among the Arabs, who pronounce him to be a good man. He says that he has been 22 years in Africa and never saw an outburst like that of yesterday among the Wanyamwesi. It is, however, common for the people at Ujiji to drink palm toddy and then have a general row in the bazaar, but no bad feelings exists next day. If a child cuts the upper front teeth before the lower, it is killed as unlucky. This is a widespread superstition. When I was amongst the Makololo in 1859, one of Sekeletu's wives would not allow her servant child to be killed for this, but few would have the courage to act in opposition to public feeling as she did. In Kasembe's country, if a child is seen to turn from one side to the other in sleep, it is killed. They say of any child who has what they consider these defects, he is an Arab child, because the Arabs have none of this class of superstitions, and should any Arab be near, they give the child to him. It would bring ill luck, misfortunes, malando, or guilt to the family. These superstitions may account for the readiness with which one tribe parted with their children to Spiki's followers. Muhammad says that these children must have been taken in war, as none sell their own offspring. If Kasembe dreams of any man 2 or 3 times, he puts the man to death, as one who is practicing secret arts against his life. If anyone is pounding or cooking food for him, he must preserve the strictest silence. These and other things show extreme superstition and degradation. During his enforced detention, Muhammad's friends advised him to leave Kasembe by force, offering to aid him with their men, but he always refused. His father was the first one to open the country to trade with the Arabs, and all his expenses while doing so were borne by himself. But Muhammad seems to be a man of peace and unwilling to break the appearance of friendship with the chiefs. He thinks that this Kasembe poisoned his predecessor. He certainly killed his wife's mother, a queen, that she might be no obstacle to him in securing her daughter. We are waiting in company with a number of Wanyamwezi for the cessation of the rains which have flooded the country between this and Tanganyika. If there was much slope, this water would flow off. This makes me suspect that Tanganyika is not so low as Speaky's measurement. The Arabs are positive that water flows from that lake to the Victoria Nyanza and assert that Dagara, the father of Rumanyika, was anxious to send canoes from his place to Ujiji, or as some say, to dig a canal to Ujiji. The Wanyamwezi here support themselves by shooting buffaloes, at a place 2 days distant, and selling the meat for grain and cassava. No sooner is it known that an animal is killed than the village women crowd in here, carrying their produce to exchange it for meat, which they prefer to beads or anything else. Their farinaceous food creates great craving for flesh. Were my shoes not done, I would go in for buffaloes too. A man from the upper part of Tanganyika gives the same account of the river from Rusisi that Burton and Speke received when they went to its mouth. He says that the water of the lake goes up some distance, but is met by Rusisi water and driven back thereby. The lake water, he adds, finds an exit northwards and eastwards by several small rivers, which would admit small canoes only. They pour into Lake Chawambe, probably that discovered by Mr. Baker. This Chawambe is in Hundi, the country of cannibals, but the most enlightened informants leave the impression on the mind of groping in the dark. It may be all different when we come to see it. The fruit of the palm, which yields palm oil, is first of all boiled, then pounded in a mortar, then put into hot or boiling water, and the oil skimmed off. The palm oil is said to be very abundant at Ujiji, as much as 300 gallons being often brought into the bazaar for sale in one morning. The people buy it eagerly for cooking purposes. Muhammad says that the island of Pemba, near Zanzibar, contains many of these palms, but the people are ignorant of the mode of separating the oil from the nut. They call the palm Nakoma at Kasembes and Chikichi at Zanzibar. No better authority for what has been done or left undone by Mohammedans in this country can be found than Muhammad bin Salah, for he is very intelligent and takes an interest in all that happens, and his father was equally interested in this country's affairs. He declares that no attempt was ever made by Mohammedans to proselytize the Africans. They teach their own children to read the Quran, but them only. It is never translated, and to servants who go to the mosque it is all dumb show. Some servants imbibe Mohammedan bigotry about eating, but they offer no prayers. Circumcision, to make halal or fit to slaughter the animals for their master, is the utmost advance any have made. As the Arabs in East Africa never feel themselves called on to propagate the doctrines of Islam among the heathen Africans, the statement of Captain Burton that they would make better missionaries to the Africans than Christians because they would not insist on the abandonment of polygamy possesses the same force as if he had said Mohammedans would catch more birds than Christians because they would put salt on their tails. The indispensable requisite or qualification for any kind of missionary is that he have some wish to proselytize. This the Arabs do not possess in the slightest degree. As they never translate the Quran, they neglect the best means of influencing the Africans, who invariably wish to understand what they are about. When we were teaching adults the alphabet, they felt it a hard task. "Give me medicine, I shall drink it to make me understand it," was their earnest entreaty. When they have advanced so far as to form clear conceptions of Old Testament and Gospel histories, they tell them to their neighbors, and on visiting distant tribes, feel proud to show how much they know. In this way, the knowledge of Christianity becomes widely diffused. Those whose hatred to its self-denying doctrines has been developed by knowledge propagate slanders, but still they speak of Christianity and awaken attention. The plan, therefore, of the Christian missionary in imparting knowledge is immeasurably superior to that of the Muslim dealing with dumb show. I have, however, been astonished to see that none of the Africans imitate the Arab prayers, considering their great reverence of the deity. It is a wonder that they do not learn to address prayers to him except on very extraordinary occasions. My remarks referring to the education by Mohammedans do not refer to the Swahilis, for they teach their children to read and even send them to school. They are the descendants of Arab and African women and inhabit the coastline. Although they read, they understand very little Arabic beyond the few words which have been incorporated into Swahili. The establishment of Muslim missions among the heathen is utterly unknown, and this is remarkable because the Wanyamwesi, for instance, are very friendly with the Arabs, are great traders too, like them, and are constantly employed as porters and native traders, being considered very trustworthy. They even acknowledge Syed Majid's authority. The Arabs speak of all the Africans as Gumu, that is hard or callous to the Mohammedan religion. Some believe that Kilimanjaro mountain has mummies, as in Egypt, and that Moses visited it of old. Mungo Park mentions that he found the Africans in the far interior of the West in possession of the stories of Joseph and his brethren and others. They probably got them from the Quran, as verbally explained by some liberal mullah, and showed how naturally they spread any new ideas they obtained. They were astonished to find that Park knew the stories. The people at Katanga are afraid to dig for gold in their country because they believe that it has been hidden where it is by Ngolo, who is the owner of it. The Arabs translate Ngolo by Satan. It means Mazimo, or departed spirits, too. The people are all oppressed by their superstitions. The fear of death is remarkably strong. The wagtails are never molested, because if they were killed, death would visit the village. This, too, is the case with the small Waija birds. The fear of death in the minds of the people saves them from molestation. But why should we be so prone to criticize? A remnant of our own superstitions is seen in the prejudice against sitting down 13 to dinner, spilling the salt, and not throwing a little of it over the left shoulder. Ferdinand I, the King of Naples, in passing through the streets, perpetually put one hand into his pockets to cross the thumb over the finger in order to avert the influence of evil eye. On the 6th, Muwabo, the great chief of these parts, came to call on Mohammed. Several men got up and made some antics before him, then knelt down and did obeisance. Then Muwabo himself jumped about a little, and all applauded. He is a good-natured looking man, fond of a joke, and always ready with a good-humored smile. He was praised very highly. Mopweto was nothing to Muwabo Mokulo, the great Muwabo, and he returned the praise by lauding Tipu Tipo and Mpwari, Muhammad's native name, which means, "Give me wealth or goods." Muhammad made a few of the ungainly antics like the natives, and all were highly pleased and went off rejoicing. Some Arabs believe that a serpent on one of the islands in the Nyanza lake has the power of speaking, and it is the same that beguiled Eve. It is a crime at Ujiji to kill a serpent, even though it enters a house and kills a kid. The native name for the people of Ujiji is Wayaiwe, the very same as the people on the Zoaga near Lake Ngami. They are probably an offshoot from Ujiji. There are underground stone houses in Kabire, in the range called Kakoma, which is near to our place of detention. 15th March, 1868. The roots of the Nyumbo or Nuumbo open in 4 or 5 months from the time of planting. Those planted by me on the 6th February have now stalks 15 inches long. The root is reported to be a very wholesome food, never disagreeing with the stomach, and the raw root is an excellent remedy in obstinate vomiting and nausea. 4 or 5 tubers are often given by one root. In Marungu, they attain a size of 6 inches in length by 2 in diameter. 16th March, 1868. We started for Mapweto's village, which is situated on the Lualaba, and our course crossed the Lokinda, which had 100 yards of floodwater on each side of it. The river itself is 40 yards wide, with a rude bridge over it, as it flows fast away into Moero. Next day we ascended the Rua Mountains and reached the village of Mapweto, situated in a valley between 2 ridges, about 1 mile from the right bank of the Lualaba, where it comes through the mountains. It then flows about 2 miles along the base of a mountain lying east and west before it begins to make northing. Its course is reported to be very winding. This seems additional evidence that Tanganyika is not in a depression of only 1,844 feet above the sea. Otherwise, the water of Lualaba would flow faster and make a straighter channel. It is said to flow into the Lufira, and that into Tanganyika. 18th March, 1868. On reaching Mapwetos yesterday, we were taken up to the house of Sid bin Habib, which is built on a ridge overhanging the chief's village, a square building of wattle and plaster, and a mud roof to prevent it being fired by an enemy. It is a very pretty spot among the mountains. Sarayama is Bin Habib's agent, and he gave us a basket of flour and a leg of kid. I sent a message to Maputo, which he politely answered by saying that he had no food ready in his village, but if we waited 2 days he would have some prepared and would then see us. He knew what we should give him, and he need not tell us. I met a man from Skekskeki, left sick at Kirwa by Bin Habib, and now with him here. A very beautiful young woman came to look at us, perfect in every way, and nearly naked, but unconscious of indecency, a very Venus in black. The light gray red-tailed parrot seen on the west coast is common in Rua and tamed by the natives. 19th March, 1868. Grant, Lord, grace to love thee more and serve thee better. The favorite son of Maputo called on us. His father is said to do nothing without consulting him, but he did not seem to be endowed with much wisdom. 20th and 21st March, 1868. Our interview was put off, and then a sight of the cloth we were to give was required. I sent a good large cloth, and explained that we were nearly out of goods now, having been traveling 2 years, and were going to Ujiji to get more. Maputo had prepared a quantity of pombe, a basket of meal, and a goat, and when he looked at them and the cloth, he seemed to feel that it would be a poor bargain. So we sent to say that we had gone to Kasembe and given him many cloths, and then to Muabo, and if I did not give another cloth, he would not see me. He had never slept with only one cloth. I had put medicine on this one to kill him and must go away. It seems he was offended because we went to his great rival, Muabo, before visiting him. He would not see Said bin Habib for 8 days, and during that time was using charms to try if it would be safe to see him at all. On the 9th day he peeped past a door for some time to see if bin Habib were a proper person, and then he came out. He is always very suspicious. At last he sent an order to us to go away, and if we did not move he would come with all his people and drive us off. Sarayamo said if he were not afraid for Said bin Habib's goods, he would make a stand against Maputo, but I had no wish to stay or to quarrel with a worthless chief, and resolved to go next day, 24th March. He abused a native trader with his tongue for coming to trade, and sent him away too. We slept again at our halfway village, Kapemba, just as a party of salt traders from Rua came into it. They were tall, well-made men, rather dark. 25th March, 1868. Reached Kabwabwata at noon, and were welcomed by Muhammad and all the people. His son, Sikh Boot, accompanied us, but Muhammad told us previously that it was likely Maputo would refuse to see us. The water is reported to be so deep in front that it is impossible to go north. The Wanyamwesi, who are detained here as well as we, say it is often more than man's depth, and there are no canoes. They would not stop here if a passage home could be made. I am thinking of going to Lake Bemba, because at least 2 months must be passed here still before a passage can be made, but my goods are getting done, and I cannot give presents to the chiefs on our way. This lake has a sandy, not muddy, bottom, as we were at first informed, and there are 4 islands in it. One, the Banguiolo, is very large, and many people live on it. They have goats and sheep in abundance. Owners of canoes demand 3 hoes for the hire of one capable of carrying 8 or 10 persons. Beyond this island, it is sea horizon only. The Tsebula and Zoe antelopes abound. The people desire salt and not beads for sale. 2nd April, 1868. If I am not deceived by the information I have received from various reliable sources, the springs of the Nile rise between 9 degrees and 10 degrees south latitude, or at least 400 or 500 miles south of the south end of Speke's Lake, which he considered to be the sources of the Nile. Tanganyika is declared to send its water through north into Lake Chawambe or Baker's Lake. If this does not prove false, then Tanganyika is an expansion of the Nile, and so is Lake Chawambe, the 2 lakes being connected by the river Luanda. Unfortunately, the people on the east side of the Luanda are constantly at war with the people on the west of it, or those of Rusisi. The Arabs have been talking of opening a path through to Chawambe, where much ivory is reported. I hope that the Most High may give me a way there. 11th April, 1868. I had a long oration from Muhammad yesterday against going off for Bemba tomorrow. His great argument is the extortionate way of Kasembe, who would demand cloth, and say that in pretending to go to Ujiji I had told him lies. He adds to this argument that this is the last month of the rains, the Masika has begun, and our way north will soon be open. The fact of the matter is that Muhammad, by not telling me of the superabundance of water in the country of the Marungu, which occurs every year, caused me to lose 5 months. He knew that we should be detained here, but he was so eager to get out of his state of durance with Kasembe that he hastened my departure by asserting that we should be at Ujiji in 1 month. I regret this deception, but it is not to be wondered at, and in a Mohammedan and in a Christian too, it is thought clever. Were my goods not nearly done, I would go, and risk the displeasure of Kasembe for the chance of discovering the lake Bemba. I thought once of buying from Mohammed Baghrib, but am afraid that his stock may be getting low too. I fear that I must give up this lake for the present. 12th April 1868. I think of starting tomorrow for Bangweolo. Even if Kasembe refuses a passage beyond him, we shall be better there than we are here, for everything at Kabwabata is scarce and dear. There we can get a fowl for 1 string of beads. Here it costs 6. There fish may be bought. Here none. 3 of Kasembe's principal men are here, Kakwata, Charlie, and Kapatenga. They are anxious to go home and would be a gain to me, but Muhammad detains them, and when I ask his reason, he says, Muwabo refuses. But they point to Muhammad's house and say, it is he who refuses. A very serious desertion took place at this time amongst Dr. Livingstone's followers. Not to judge them too harshly, they had become to a great extent demoralized by camp life with Muhammad and his horde of slaves and slavers. The Arab tried all he could to dissuade the traveler from proceeding south instead of homewards through Ujiji, and the men seem to have found their own breaking point where this disappointment occurred. 13th April, 1868. On preparing to start this morning, my people refused to go. The fact is, they are all tired, and Muhammad's opposition encourages them. Muhammad, who was evidently eager to make capital out of their refusal, asked me to remain over today, and then demanded what I was going to do with those who had absconded. I said nothing. If a magistrate were on the spot, I would give them over to him. Oh, said he, I am a magistrate. Shall I apprehend them? To this I assented. He repeated this question till it was tiresome. I saw his reason long afterwards, when he asserted that I came to him and asked him to bind them, but he had refused. He wanted to appear to the people as much better than I am. 14th April, 1868. I start off with 5 attendants, leaving most of the luggage with Muhammad, and reach the Luau to spend the night. Headman Ndawa. 15th April, 1868. Amoda ran away early this morning. Wishes to stop with his brothers. They think that by refusing to go to Bemba, they will force me to remain with them and then go to Ujiji. One of them has infused the idea into their minds that I will not pay them, and exclaims, look at the sepoys. Not knowing that they are paid by the Indian government, and as for the Johanna men, they are prepaid £29 4s in cash besides clothing. I sent Amoda's bundle back to Muhammad. My messenger got to Kabwabata before Amoda did, and he presented himself to my Arab friend, who of course scolded him. He replied that he was tired of carrying, and no other fault had he. I may add that I found out that Amoda wished to come south to me with one of Muhammad Baghrib's men, but Mapamari told him not to return. Now that I was fairly started, I told my messenger to say to Muhammad that I would on no account go to Ujiji till I had done all in my power to reach the lake I sought. I would even prefer waiting at Luau or Mawero till people came to me from Ujiji to supplant the runaways. I did not blame them very severely in my own mind for absconding. They were tired of tramping, and so verily am I. But Muhammad, in encouraging them to escape to him, and talking with a double tongue, cannot be exonerated from blame. Little else can be expected from him. He has lived some 35 years in the country, 25 being at Kasembe's, and there he had often to live by his wits. Consciousness of my own defects makes me lenient. 16th April, 1868. Ndawa gives Mita or Mapamanyakana as the names of the excavations in Mowabo's hills. He says that they are sufficient to conceal all the people of this district in case of war. I conjecture that this implies room for 10,000 people. Provisions are stored in them, and a perennial rivulet runs along a whole street of them. On one occasion, when the main entrance was besieged by an enemy, someone who knew all the intricacies of the excavations led a party out by a secret passage, and they, Coming over the invaders drove them off with heavy loss. Their formation is universally ascribed to the deity. This may mean that the present inhabitants have succeeded the original burrowing race, which dug out many caves adjacent to Mount Hor, the Jebel Nebi Haran, Mount of the Prophet Aaron of the Arabs, and many others, and even the Bushman caves 1,000 miles south of this region. A very minute, sharp-biting mosquito is found here. The women try to drive them out of their huts by whisking bundles of green leaves all round the walls before turning into them. 17th August 1868. Cross the Luau by a bridge, 30 yards long, and more than half a mile of flood on each side. Past many villages, standing on little heights, which overlook plains filled with water. Some 3 miles of grassy plains abreast of Moero were the deepest parts, except the banks of the Luau. We had 4 hours of wading, the bottom being generally black, tenacious mud. Ruts had been formed in the paths by the feet of passengers. These were filled with soft mud, and as they could not be seen, the foot was often placed on the edge, and when the weight came on it, down it slumped into the mud halfway up the calves. It was difficult to draw it out and very fatiguing. To avoid these ruts, we encroached in the grass on the sides of the paths, but often stepping on the unseen edge of a rut, we floundered in with both feet to keep the balance, and this was usually followed by a rush of bubbles to the surface, which bursting discharged foul air of frightful fecal odor. In parts the black mud and foul water were cold, in others hot, according as circulation went on or not. When we came near Moero, the water became half chest and whole chest deep. All perishable articles had to be put on the head. We found a party of fishermen on the sands, and I got a hut, a bath in the clear but tepid waters, and a delicious change of dress. Water of lake, 83 degrees at 3 p.m. 18th April, 1868. We marched along the north end of Moero, which has a southeast direction. The soft, yielding sand, which is flanked by a broad belt of tangled tropical vegetation and trees, added to the fatigues of yesterday, so finding a deserted fisherman's village near the eastern hills, we gladly made it our quarters for Sunday, 19th. I made no mark, but the lake is at least 20 feet higher now than it was on our first visits, and there are banks showing higher rises even than this. Large fish baskets made of split reeds are used in trios for catching small fish. 1 man at each basket drives fish ashore. 20th April, 1868. Went on to Katete River, and then to a strong torrent. Slept at a village on the north bank of the river Vuna, where near the hills is a hot fountain, sometimes used to cook cassava and maize. 21st April, 1868. Crossed the Vuna and went on to Kalawambwe's village, meeting the chief at the gate, who guided us to a hut and manifested great curiosity to see all our things. He asked if we could not stop next day and drink beer, which would then be ready. Leopards abound here. The lake now seems broader than ever. I could not conceive that a hole in the cartilage of the nose could be turned to any account except to hold an ornament, though that is usually only a bit of grass. But a man sewing the feathers on his arrows used his nose hole for holding a needle. In coming on to Kangalola, we found the country swimming. I got separated from the company, though I saw them disappear in the long grass not 100 yards off, and shouted, but the splashing of their feet prevented anyone hearing. I could not find a path going south, so I took one to the east to a village. The grass was so long and tangled, I could scarcely get along. At last I engaged a man to show me the main path south, and he took me to a neat village of a woman. Nyana Kasangad would go no further. Mother Kasanga, as the name means, had been very handsome, and had a beautiful daughter, probably another edition of herself. She advised my waiting in the deep shade of the ficus indica, in which her houses were placed. I fired a gun, and when my attendants came, gave her a string of beads, which made her express distress at my leaving without drinking anything of hers. People have abandoned several villages on account of the abundance of ferocious wild beasts. 23rd April, 1868. Through very thick, tangled Nyassa grass to Chikosi's burned village. Nasama had killed him. We spent the night in a garden hut, which the fire of the village had spared. Turnips were growing in the ruins. The Nyassi, or long, coarse grass, hangs over the paths, and in pushing it aside the sharp seeds penetrate the clothing and are very annoying. The grass itself rubs on the face and eyes disagreeably. When it is burned off and greensward covers the soil, it is much more pleasant walking. 24th April, 1868. We leave Chikosi's ruins and make for the ford of the Kalangosi. Marigolds are in full bloom all over the forest, and so are foxgloves. The river is here fully 100 yards broad, with 300 yards of flood on its western bank. So deep we had to remain in the canoes till within 50 yards of the higher ground. The people here chew the pith of the papyrus, which is 3 inches in diameter and as white as snow. It has very little sweetness or anything else in it. The headman of the village to which we went was out cutting wood for a garden, and his wife refused us a hut. But when Kansabala came in the evening, he scolded his own spouse roundly and all the wives of the village, and then pressed me to come indoors. But I was well enough in my mosquito curtain without, and declined. I was free from insects and vermin, and few huts are so. 25th April, 1868. Off early west, and then on to an elevated forest land, which in our course was south-southwest, to the great bend of the rivulet Kafurwa, which enters Moera near the mouth of the Kalangosi. 26th April, 1868. Here we spent Sunday in our former woodcutters' huts. Yesterday we were met by a party of the same occupation, laden with bark cloth, which they had just been stripping off the trees. Their leader would not come along the path because I was sitting near it. I invited him to do so, but it would have been disrespectful to let his shadow fall on any part of my person, so he went a little out of the way. This politeness is common. 27th April, 1868. But a short march to Fungafunga's village. We could have gone on to the Moatsi, but no village exists there, and here we could buy food. Fungafunga's wife gave a handsome supper to the stranger. On afterwards acknowledging it to her husband, he said, "That is your village. Always go that way and eat my provisions." He is a Manyamwezi, trading in the country for copper, hose, and slaves. Parrots are here in numbers, stealing holcus sorghum in spite of the shouts of the women. We crossed Moatsi by a bridge of one large tree, getting a good view of Moero from a hill near Kabukwa, and sleep at the Chirongo River. 29th April, 1868. At the Mandapala River. Some men here from the Chungu, one of whom claimed to be a relative of Kasembe, made a great outcry against our coming a second time to Kasembe without waiting at the Kalangosi for permission. One of them, with his ears cropped short off, asked me when I was departing north if I should come again. I replied, "Yes, I think I shall." They excited themselves by calling over the same thing again and again. The English comes the second time. The second time, the country spoiled. Why not wait at the Kalangosi? Let him return thither. Come from Mapamari too, and from the Bagaranza or Banyamwezi. The second time. Then all the adjacent villagers were called in to settle this serious affair. I look up to that higher power to influence their minds, as he has often done before. I persuaded them to refer the matter to Kasembe himself by sending a man with one of mine up to the town. They would not consent to go on the Chungu, as the old crop-eared man would have been obliged to come back the distance again, he having been on the way to the Kalangosi as a sentinel of the ford. Kasembe is reasonable and fair, but his people are neither, and will do anything to molest either strangers or their own countrymen. 30th April, 1868. The cold of winter has begun, and dew is deposited in great quantities, but all the streams are very high in flood, though the rains have ceased here some time. 1st May, 1868. At the Mandapala River. I sent a request to Muhammad Baghrib to intercede with Kasembe for me for a man to show the way to Chikumbi, who is near to Bangweolo. I fear that I have become mixed up in the Lunda mind with the Mapari, Muhammad bin Salah, from having gone off with him and returning ere we reached Ujiji, whither ostensibly we were bound. I may be suspected of being in his confidence and of forwarding his plans by coming back. A deaf and dumb man appears among the people here, making signs exactly as I have seen such do in England, and occasionally emitting a low, unmodulated, guttural drawl like them. 3rd May, 1868. Abraham, my messenger, came back, while we were at afternoon prayers, with good news for us. But what made cropped ears quite chop-fallen was that Kasembe was quite gracious. He did not wish me to go away, and now I am welcome back, and as soon as we hear of peace at Chikumbi's, we shall have a man to conduct us thither. The Mazitu were reported to have made an inroad into Chikumbi's country, and it was said that Chief had fled, and Kasembe had sent messengers to hear the truth. Thanks to the Most High for his kindness and influence. 4th May, 1868. We leave the Mandapala. Cropped ears, whose name I never heard, collapsed at once on hearing the message of Kasembe. Before that, I never heard such a babbler. To everyone passing, man or woman, he repeated the same insinuations about the English and Mpamari, and the Banyamwezi. Conspiracy, guilt, return a second time, till like a meddling lawyer, he thought that he had really got an important case in hand. The river Chungu we found to be from 15 to 18 yards broad and breast deep, with at least 100 yards of flood, before we reached the main stream, the Mandapala. The Chungu and the Lundi join in the country called Kimbafuma, about 12 miles from our crossing place of Mandapala, and about west of it. The Lundi was now breast deep too, and 12 yards broad. On reaching Kasembe's, on the Mafwe, we found Mohammed Baghrib digging and fencing up a well to prevent his slaves being taken away by the crocodiles, as 3 had been eaten already. A dog bit the leg of one of my goats so badly that I was obliged to kill it. They are nasty curs here, without courage, and yet they sometimes bite people badly. I met some old friends, and Mohammed Baghrib cooked a supper, and from this time forward never omitted sharing his victuals with me. 6th May, 1868. Manuel Caetano Pereira visited Kasembe in 1796, or 72 years ago. His native name was Moendo Mondo, or the world's leg, worldwide traveler. He came to Mandapala, for there the Kasembe of the time resided, and he had a priest, or kasisi, with him, and many people with guns. Perembe, the oldest man now in Lunda, had children even then. If Perembe were 30 years of age at that period, he would now be 102 years old, and he seems quite that, for when Dr. Lacerda came, he had 40 children. He says that Pereira fired off all his guns on his arrival, and Kasembe, asking him what he meant by that, he replied, "These guns ask for slaves and ivory, both of which were liberally given." I could not induce Perembe to tell anything of times previous to his own. Moendo Mondo, the world's leg, Pereira, told Dr. Lacerda that the natives called him the Terror, a bit of vanity, for they have no such word or abstract term in their language. When Major Monteiro was here, the town of Kasembe was on the same spot as now, but the Mosumba, or enclosure of the chief, was about 500 yards southeast of the present one. Monteiro went nowhere and did nothing, but some of his attendants went over to the Luapula, some 6 miles distant. He complains in his book of having been robbed by the Kasembe of the time. On asking the present occupant of the office why Monteiro's goods were taken from him, he replied that he was then living at another village and did not know of the affair. Mohammed bin Salah was present, and he says that Monteiro's statement is false. No goods were forced from him, but it was a year of scarcity, and Monteiro had to spend his goods in buying food instead of slaves and ivory, and made up the tale of Kasembe plundering him to appease his creditors. A number of men were sent with Monteiro as an honorary escort. Kapika, an old man now living, was the chief or one of the chiefs of this party, and he says that he went to Tet, Senna, and Quilamain with Monteiro. This honorary escort seems confirmatory of Mohammed's explanation, for had Kasembe robbed the major, none would have been granted or received. It is warmer here than we found it in the way. Clouds cover the sky and prevent radiation. The sorghum is now in full ear. People make very neat mats of the leaves of the shwari palm. I got lunars this time. 9th May, 1868. 8 or 10 men went past us this morning, sent by the chief to catch people whom he intends to send to his paramount chief, Matiamvo, as a tribute of slaves. Perembe gives the following list of the Kasembes. 1. Kanyembe came from Lunda, attracted by the fish of Mafwe and Moero, and conquered Perembe's forefather Katere, who planted the first palm oil palms here from seeds got in Lunda. It is probable that the intercourse then set afoot led to Kanyembe's coming and conquest. 2. Kinyanta. 3. Ngwanda Malanda. 4. Kanyembo. 5. Lekwisa. 6. Karika. 7. Kapumba. 8. Kinyata. 9. Lekwisa, still alive, but a fugitive at Nasamas. 10. Mwanga, the present ruler, who drove Lekwisa away. The Portuguese came to Kireka, who is said to have been very liberal with presents of ivory, slaves, and cattle. The present man has good sense, and is very fair in his judgments, but stingy towards his own people as well as strangers. Nevertheless, I have had good reason to be satisfied with his conduct to me. Maye, not in the list, and 7, 8, 9, 10 are the children of Karika. Mwanga is said by the others to be a slave born out of the house. That is, his mother was not of the royal line. She is an ugly old woman, and greedy. I got rid of her begging by giving her the beads she sought, and requesting her to cook some food for me. She begged no more, afraid that I would press my claim for provisions. 10th May, 1868. I sent to Kisembe for a guide to Luapula. He replied that he had not seen me nor given me any food. I must come tomorrow. But next day was occupied in killing a man for witchcraft and could not receive us, but said that he would on the 12th. He sent 15 fish, perch, from Mafwe, and a large basket of dried cassava. I have taken lunars several times, measuring both sides of the moon about 190 times, but a silly map maker may alter the whole for the most idiotic of reasons. 13th May, 1868. Mohammed Baghrib has been here some 7 months and bought 3 tusks only. The hunting by Kisembe's people of elephants in the Mafwe has been unsuccessful. We did not get an audience from Kisembe. The fault lay with Kapika, Montiero's escort, being afraid to annoy Kisembe by putting him in mind of it. But on the 15th, Kisembe sent for me and told me that as the people had all fled from Jacumbis, he would therefore send guides to take us to Kabaya, where there was still a population. He wished for me to wait a few days till he had looked out good men as guides, and ground some flour for us to use in the journey. He understood that I wished to go to Bangweolo, and it was all right to do what my own chief had sent me for, and then come back to him. It was only water, the same as Luapula, Mafwe, and Moero, nothing to be seen. His people must not molest me again, but let me go where I liked. This made me thank him who has the hearts of all in his hand. Kisembe also admitted that he had injured Maparmari, but he would send him some slaves and ivory in reparation. He is better than his people, who are excessively litigious and fond of malandos or causes. Suits. He asked if I had not the leopard skin he gave me to sit on, as it was bad to sit on the ground. I told him it had so many holes in it, people laughed at it and made me ashamed, but he did not take the hint to give me another. He always talks good sense when he has not swilled beer or pombe. All the Arabs are loud in his praises, but they have a bad opinion of the Queen Moari or Nagambe or Kafuta. The Garaganza people at Katanga killed a near relative of Kisembe and herself, and when the event happened, Funga Funga, one of the Garaganza or Banyamwezi, being near the spot, fled and came to the Mafwe. He continued his flight as soon as it was dark without saying anything to anyone until he got north to Kabure. The Queen and Kisembe suspected Mapare of complicity with the Banyamwezi and believed that Funga Funga had communicated the news to him before fleeing further. A tumult was made, Mapamari's oldest son was killed, and he was plundered of all his copper, ivory, and slaves. The queen loudly demanded his execution, but Kisembe restrained his people as well as he was able, and it is for this injury that he now professes to be sorry. The queen only acted according to the principles of her people. Mapamari killed my son, kill his son, himself. It is difficult to get at the truth, for Muhammad or Mapamari never tells the whole truth. He went to fight Nasama with Muanga and was wounded in the foot and routed, and is now glad to get out of Lunda back to Ujiji. 16th May. Complete 20 sets of lunars. 11th May, 1868. Mohammed Baghrib told Kisembe that he could buy nothing and therefore was going away. Kisembe replied that he had no ivory and he might go. This was sensible. He sent far and near to find some, but failed, and now confesses a truth which most chiefs hide from unwillingness to appear poor before foreigners. 18th and 19th May, 1868. It is hot here though winter, but cold by night. Kisembe has sent for fish for us. News came that one of Said bin Habib's men had come to Chikumbi on his way to Zanzibar. 20th May, 1868. A thunder shower from the east laid the dust and cooled the ground, the last shower of this season, as a similar slight shower was the finish up of the last one on the 12th of May. 21st May. This cannot be called a rainy month. April is the last of the wet season, and November the 1st. 22nd May, 1868. Kisembe is so slow with his fish, meal, and guides, and his people so afraid to hurry him, that I think of going off as soon as Mohammed Baghrib moves. He is going to Chikumbis to buy copper, and thence he will proceed to Uvira to exchange that for ivory. But this is at present kept as a secret from his slaves. The way seems thus to be opening for me to go to the large lake west of Uvira. I told Kisembe that we were going. He said to me that if in coming back I had found no traveling party, I must not risk going by Nasama's road with so few people, but must go to his brother Monempanada, and he would send men to guide me to him, and thence he would send me safely by his path along Lake Moero. This was all very good. 23rd May, 1868. The Arabs made a sort of sacrifice of a goat which was cooked all at once. They sent a good dish of it to me. They read the Quran very industriously and prayed for success or luck in leaving, and seem sincerely religious according to the light that is in them. The use of incense and sacrifices brings back the old Jewish times to mind. A number of people went off to the Kanengwa, a rivulet an hour south of this, to build huts. There they are to take leave of Kisembe, for the main body goes off tomorrow, after we have seen the new moon. They are very particular in selecting lucky days, and anything unpleasant that may have happened in one month is supposed to be avoided by choosing a different day for beginning an enterprise in the next. Muhammad left Uvira on the 3rd day of a new moon, and several fires happened in his camp. He now considers a 3rd day inauspicious. Kisembe's dura, or sorghum, is ripe today. He has eaten mapemba or dura, and all may thereafter do the same. This is just about the time when it ripens and is reaped at Kolobeng. Thus, the difference in the seasons is not great. 24th May, 1868. Detained 4 days yet. Kisembe's chief men refuse to escort Muhammad Baghrib. They know him to be in debt and fear that he may be angry, but no dunning was intended. Kisembe was making every effort to get ivory to liquidate it, and at last got a couple of tusks, which he joyfully gave to Muhammad. He has risen much in the estimation of us all. 26th May, 1868. Kisembe's people killed 5 buffaloes by chasing them into the mud and water of Mafwe, so he is seeing to the division of the meat and will take leave tomorrow. 28th May, 1868. We went to Kisembe. He was as gracious as usual. A case of Krim Khan was brought forward against an Arab slave, and an attempt was made to arrange the matter privately by offering 3 cloths, beads, and another slave, but the complainant refused everything. Kisembe dismissed the case by saying to the complainant, "You send your women to entrap the strangers in order to get a fire, but you will get nothing." This was highly applauded by the Arabs, and the owner of the slave heaped dust on his head, as many had done before, for favors received. Kisembe, still anxious to get ivory for Muhammad, proposed another delay of 4 days to send for it, but all are tired, and it is evident that it is not want of will that prevents ivory from being produced. His men returned without any, and he frankly confessed inability. He is evidently very poor. 30th May, 1868. We went to the Kenenwengwa rivulet at the south end of Mafwi, which forms a little lagoon there 50 yards broad and thigh deep. But this is not the important feeder of the lagoon, which is from 2 to 3 miles broad and nearly 4 long. That has many large flat sedgy islands in it, and its water is supplied by the Mbazeri from southeast. 31st May, 1868. Old Kapika sold his young and good-looking wife for unfaithfulness, as he alleged. The sight of a lady in the chain gang shocked the ladies of Lunda, who ran to her, and having ascertained from her own mouth what was sufficiently apparent, that she was a slave now, clapped their hands on their mouths in the way that they express wonder, surprise, and horror. The hand is placed so that the fingers are on one cheek and the thumb on the other. The case of the chieftainess excited great sympathy among the people. Some brought her food. Kapika's daughter brought her pombe and bananas. One man offered to redeem her with 2, another with 3 slaves. But Kisembe, who is very strict in punishing infidelity, said, "No, though 10 slaves be offered, she must go." He is probably afraid of his own beautiful queen, should the law be relaxed. Old Kapika came and said to her, "You refused me, and I now refuse you." A young wife of old Parembe was also sold as a punishment, but redeemed. There is a very large proportion of very old and very tall men in this district. The slave trader is a means of punishing the wives, which these old fogies ought never to have had. Kisembe sent to me about 100 weight of the small fish nisipo, which seems to be the white bait of our country. It is a little bitter when cooked alone, but with ground nuts is a tolerable relish. We can buy flour with these at Chikumbi's. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa, from 1865 to his death. Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868, by David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Prepares to examine Lake Bemba. Starts from Kasembe's 11th June 1868. Dead leopard. Moenpanda's reception. The river Luongo. Weird death song of slaves. The forest grave. Lake Bembo changed to Lake Bangweolo. Chikumbis. The Imbazwa people. Kombo stockade. Mazitu difficulties. Discovers Lake Bangweolo on 18th July 1868. The Lake Chief Mapuni. Description of the lake. Prepares to navigate it. Embarks for Lafunge Island. Immense size of lake. Reaches Mpabala Island. Strange dream. Fears of canoemen. Return to shore. March back. Sends letters. Meets Bayamwizi. Reviews recent explorations at length. Disturbed state of country. 1st June 1868. Muhammad proposes to go to Katanga to buy copper and invites me to go too. I wish to see the Lufra River, but I must see Bemba or Bangweolo. Grant guidance from above. 2nd June 1868. In passing a field of cassava, I picked the pods of a plant called malumbi, which climbs up the cassava bushes. At the root it has a number of tubers with eyes, exactly like the potato. One plant had 16 of these tubers, each about 2 inches long and 1 1/2 inch in diameter. Another tuber was 5 inches long and 2 in diameter. It would be difficult for anyone to distinguish them from English potatoes. When boiled, they are a little waxy, and compared with our potato, hard. There are colors inside, the outer part reddish, the inner whiter. At first, none of the party knew them, but afterwards they were recognized as cultivated at Zanzibar by the name men, and very good when mashed with fish. If in Zanzibar, they are probably known in other tropical islands. 4th June, 1868. From what I see of slaving, even in its best phases, I would not be a slave dealer for the world. 5th June, 1868. The Queen Maori passed us this morning, going to build a hut at her plantation. She has a pleasant European countenance, clean light brown skin, and a merry laugh, and would be admired anywhere. I stood among the cassava to see her pass. She twirled her umbrella as she came near, borne by 12 men, and seemed to take up the laugh which made her and her maids bolt at my reception. Showing that she laughs not with her mouth only, but with her eyes and cheeks, she said, "Yambo, how are you?" To which I replied, "Tambo sana," very well. One of her attendants said, "Give her something of what you have at hand or in the pockets." I said, "I have nothing here," and asked her if she would come back near my hut. She replied that she would, and I duly sent for 2 strings of red beads, which I presented. Being lower than she, I could see that she had a hole through the cartilage near the point of her slightly aquiline nose, and a space was filed between the 2 front teeth so as to leave a triangular hole. After delay had grown vexatious, we marched 3 hours on the 9th, and reached the Katofia River, covered with aquatic trees and running into the Membreze, 5 yards wide and knee deep. 10th June 1868. Detained again for businesses not finished with the people of Kasembe. The people cannot esteem the slave trader, who is used as a means of punishing those who have family differences, as those of a wife with her husband or a servant with his master. The slaves are said to be generally criminals, and are sold in revenge or as punishment. Kapika's wife had an ornament of the end of a shell called the cone. It was borrowed, and she came away with it in her hair. The owner, without making any effort to recover it, seized one of Kapika's daughters as a pledge that Kapika would exert himself to get it back. At last the tedious delay came to an end, and we must now follow the doctor on his way south to discover Lake Bemba. 11th June, 1868. Cross the Membreze, 10 yards broad and thigh deep, ascending a range of low hills of hardened sandstone, covered, as the country generally is, with forest. Our course southeast and south-southeast. Then descended into a densely wooded valley having a rivulet 4 yards wide and knee deep. Buffaloes and elephants very numerous. 12th June, 1868. We crossed the Membreze again twice, then a very deep, narrow rivulet, and stopped at another in a mass of trees where we spend the night, and killing an ox, remained next day to eat it. When at Kangwenga, a small party of men came past, shouting as if they had done something of importance. On going to them, I found that 2 of them carried a lion slung to a pole. It was a small, maneless variety, called the lion of Nyassi, or long grass. It had killed a man, and they killed it. They had its mouth carefully strapped and the paws tied across its chest, and were taking it to Kasembe. Nyassi means long grass, such as towers overhead, and is as thick in the stalk as a goose quill, and is erroneously applied to Nyassa. Other lions, Thambwe, Karamo, Simba, are said to stand 5 feet high and some higher. This seemed about 3 feet high, but it was too dark to measure it. 13th June, 1868. The Arabs distinguish the Swahili, or Arabs of mixed African blood, by the absence of beard and whiskers. These are usually small and stunted in the Swahili. Birds, as the drongo shrike, and a bird very like the gray linnet, with a thick reddish bill, assemble in very large flocks now that it is winter, and continue thus till November, or period of the rains. A very minute bee goes into the common small holes in worm-eaten wood to make a comb and lay its eggs, with a supply of honey. There are 7 or 8 honeybees of small size in this country. A sphex may be seen to make holes in the ground, placing stupefied insects in them with her eggs. Another species watches when she goes off to get more insects, and every now and then goes in too to lay her eggs. I suppose without any labor. There does not appear to be any enmity between them. We remained a day to buy food for the party and eat our ox. 14th June, 1868. March over well-wooded highlands with dolomite rocks cropping out and trees all covered with lichens. The watershed then changed to the south. 15th June, 1868. Very cold in mornings now, 43 degrees. Found Monempanda, Kasembe's brother, on the Lulupauta, a stream 20 yards wide and flowing west. The Monempanda, visited by the Portuguese, was grandfather to this one, and not at the same spot. It is useless to put down the names of chiefs as indicating geographical positions, for the name is often continued, but at a spot far distant from the dwelling of the original possessor. A slave tried to break out of his slave stick and actually broke half an inch of tough iron with his fingers. The end stuck in the wood, or he would have freed himself. The chief gave me a public reception, which was like that of Kasembe, but better managed. He is young and very handsome, but for a defect in his eyes, which makes him keep them half shut or squinting. He walked off in the jaunty way all chiefs do in this country, to show the weight of rings and beads on the legs, and many imitate this walk who have none, exactly as our fathers imitated the big cravat of George IV, who thereby hid defects in his neck. Thousands carried their cravats over the chin who had no defects to hide. Monempanda carried his back stiffly, and no wonder. He had about 10 yards of a train carried behind it. About 600 people were present. They kept rank, but not step, were well armed. Marimbas and square drums formed the bands, and one musician added his voice. I have been to Saide, the Sultan. I have been to Maraput, King of Portugal. I have been to the sea. At a private reception where he was divested of his train and had only 1 umbrella instead of 3, I gave him a cloth. The Arabs thought highly of him, but his graciousness had been expended on them in getting into debt. He now showed no inclination to get out of it, but offered about a 20th part of the value of the goods in liquidation. He sent me 2 pots of beer, which I care not to drink except when very thirsty on a march, and promised a man to guide me to Chikumbi, and then refused. Kasembe rose in the esteem of all as Monempanda sank, and his people were made to understand how shabbily he had behaved. The Lula Puta is said to flow into the Luena, and that into the Luongo. There must be 2 Luenas. 2nd June, 1868. March across a grassy plain southerly to the Luongo, a deep river embowered in a dense forest of trees, all covered with lichens, some flat, others long and thready, like old men's beards, and waving in the wind, just as they do on the mangrove swamp trees on the coast. The Luongo here is 50 yards broad and 3 fathoms deep. Near its junction with the Luapula, it is 100 yards, It rises here to 8 fathoms depth. A bridge of 40 yards led us over to an island, and a branch of the river was 10 yards beyond. The bridge had been broken, some thought on purpose, but it was soon mended with trees 18 to 20 yards long. We went a little way beyond, and then halted for a day at a rivulet flowing into the Luongo 20 yards off. 23rd June, 1868. We waited for copper here, which was at first refused as payment of debt. I saw now that the Luongo had steep clay banks 15 feet down and many meadows, which must be swimming during the rains. The Luena is said to rise east of this. In a private letter, Livingstone shows that he had seldom been more affected by the sufferings of slaves than at this time, and it would perhaps be difficult to imagine any scene more calculated to excite misery and distress of mind. The following incident deals with the firm belief in a future state, which enters so largely into the minds of all Africans, and which for very lack of guidance assumes all the distorted growths of superstition. He must be of a thankless spirit who does not long to substitute the great vision of future peace afforded by Christianity, in lieu of the ghastly satisfaction which cheered these men, when he sees by the light of this story the capacity that exists for realizing a life beyond the grave. 24th June, 1868. 6 men slaves were singing as if they did not feel the weight and degradation of the slave sticks. I asked the cause of their mirth, and was told that they rejoiced at the idea, quote, of coming back after death and haunting and killing those who had sold them, end quote. Some of the words I had to inquire about, for instance, the meaning of the words to haunt and kill by spirit power. Then it was, "Oh, you sent me off to Manga, seacoast, but the yoke is off when I die, and back I shall come to haunt and kill you." Then all joined in the chorus, which was the name of each vendor. It told not of fun, but of bitterness and tears of such as there were oppressed, and on the side of the oppressors there was a power. There be higher than they. Purembe was one of the culprits thus menaced. The slave owner asked Kapika's wife if she would return to kill Kapika. The others answered to the names of the different men with laughter. Her heart was evidently sore, for a lady to come so low down is to her grievous. She has lost her jaunty air, and is, with her head shaved, ugly, but she never forgets to address her captors with dignity, and they seem to fear her. 25th June, 1868. We went over flat forest with patches of brown hematite cropping out. This is the usual iron ore, but I saw in a village pieces of specular iron ore which had been brought for smelting. The Luongo flowed away somewhat to our right or west, and the villagers had selected their site where only well water could be found. We went 10 minutes toward the Luongo and got abundance. The gardens had high hedges round to keep off wild beasts. We came to a grave in the forest. It was a little rounded mound, as if the occupant sat in it in the usual native way. It was strewed over with flour, and a number of the large blue beads put on it. A little path showed that it had visitors. This is the sort of grave I should prefer, to lie in the still, still forest, and no hand ever disturb my bones. The graves at home always seem to me to be miserable, especially those in the cold, damp clay, and without elbow room. But I have nothing to do but wait till he who is over all decides where I have to lay me down and die. Poor Mary lies on Shupanga Brae, and beaks for net the sun. Came to the Chondo River, which is the boundary between Kasembe and Chikumbi, but Kasembe is over all. 27th June, 1868. We crossed a flooded marsh with water very cold, and then the Chondo itself 12 feet broad and knee-deep, and then on to another strong brook, Nsenga. After service, we went up hills to a stockade of Banyamwenzi on the Kalamina River, and here we built our sheds. The spot is called Kazinga, and is on the top of a sandstone range covered as usual with forest. The Banyamwezi beat off the Mazitu with their guns, while all the country people fled. The Banyamwezi are decidedly uglier than the Balanda and the Batawa. They eat no fish, though they come from the east side of Tanganyika, where fish are abundant and cheap. But though uglier, they have more of the sense of honor with traders than their aborigines. 29th June, 1868. Observed the smokes today, the first of the season. They obscured the whole country. 1st July, 1868. I went over to Chikumbi, the paramount chief of this district, and gave him a cloth, begging a man to guide me to Bangweolo. He said that I was welcome in his country. All were so. I had better wait 2 days till he had selected a good man as a guide, and he would send some food for me to eat on the journey. He would not say 10 days, but only 2, and his man would take me to the smaller part of the lake and leave others to forward me to the greater of Banguiola. The smaller part is named Bemba, but that name is confusing because Bemba is the name of the country in which a portion of the lake lies. When asking for Lake Bemba, Kasongo's son told me, Bemba is not a lake, but a country. It is therefore better to use the name Banguiolo, which is applied to the great mass of the water, though I fear that our English folks will boggle at it or call it Bungy Hollow. Some Arabs say Bambiolo as easier of pronunciation, but Banguiolo is the correct word. Chikumbe's stockade is 1.5 hours southeast of our camp at Kazinga. 2nd July 1868, writing to the consul at Zanzibar to send supplies of cloth to Ujiji. 100 pieces, 40 kaniki, 80 Americano, 34 inches broad, or Sam. Fine red beads, talaka, 12 frasilas. I ask for soap, coffee, sugar, candles, sardines, French preserved meats, a cheese in tin, nautical almanac for 1869 and 1870, shoes, 2 or 4 pairs, ruled paper, pencils, sealing wax, ink, powder, flannel serge, 12 frasila beads, 6 of talaka, added 3F pale red, 3W white. 3rd July, 1868. The summary of the sources which I have resolved to report as flowing into the central line of drainage formed by the Champese, Luapula, and Lualaba are 13 in all, and each is larger than the Isis at Oxford or Avon at Hamilton. 5 flow into the eastern line of drainage going through Tanganyika, and 5 more into the western line of drainage for Lufira, 23 or more in all. The Lualaba and the Lufira unite in the lake of the chief Kinkozana. 5th July 1868. I borrowed some paper from Mohammed Baghrib to write home by some Arabs going to the coast. I will announce my discovery to Lord Clarendon, but I reserve parts of the Lualaba and Tanganyika for future confirmation. I have no doubts on the subject, for I receive the reports of natives of intelligence at first hand, and they have no motive for deceiving me. The best maps are formed from the same sort of reports at third or fourth hand. Cold northeast winds prevail at present. 6th July 1868. Divided our salt that each may buy provisions for himself. It is here of more value than beads. Chikumbi sent fine flour, a load for 2 stout men, carried in a large basket slung to a pole, and a fine fat sheep, carried too because it was too fat to walk the distance from his stockade. 7th, 8th, and 9th July 1868. After delaying several days to send our guide, Chikumbi said that he feared the country people would say that the Inglesa brought the Mazitu to them, and so blame will be given to him. I set this down as words of Pombey, beery babble, but after returning from Banguiolo, I saw that he must have been preparing to attack a stockade of Banyamwezi in our path, and had he given us a guide, that man would have been in danger in coming back. He therefore preferred the safety of his man to keeping his promise to me. I got a Banyamwezi guide and left on the 10th July 1868, going over gently rising sandstone hills covered with forest and seeing many deserted villages, the effects of the Mazitu foray. We also saw the Mazitu sleeping places and paths. They neglect the common paths of the country as going from one village to another, and take straight courses in the direction they wish to go, treading down the grass so as to make a well-marked route. The Banyamwezi expelled them, cutting off so many of them with their guns and arrows that the marauders retired. The effect of this success on the minds of the Imbashwa, or Imbazwas, as Chikumbi's people are called, was not gratitude, but envy at the new power sprung up among them of those who came originally as traders in copper. Kombo Kombo's stockade, the village to which we went this day, was the first object of assault, and when we returned he told us that Chikumbi had assaulted him on 3 sides but was repulsed. The Banyamwezi were, moreover, much too sharp as traders for the Imbashwa, cheating them unmercifully and lying like Greeks. Kombo Kombo's stockade was on the Chibarasi River, which flows briskly, 8 yards broad and deep, through a mile of sponge. We came in the midst of a general jollification, and were most bountifully supplied with pombe and food. The Banyamwezi acknowledge allegiance to the Sultan of Zanzibar, and all connected with him are respected. Combo Combo pressed food and drink on me, and when I told him that I had nothing to return for it, he said that he expected nothing. He was a child of the Sultan and ought to furnish all I needed. 11th July, 1868. On leaving the Chibarasi, we passed up over a long line of hills with many villages and gardens, but mostly deserted during the Mazitu raid. The people fled into the forests on the hills and were an easy prey to the marauders, who seemed to have been unmerciful. When we descended into the valley beyond, we came to a strong stockade, which had successfully resisted the onset of the Mazitu. We then entered on flat forest with here and there sponges containing plenty of water. Plains succeeded the hills and continued all the way to Banguiolo. We made a fence in the forest, and next day, 12th July, reached the Refuba, 50 yards broad and 4.5 feet deep, full of aquatic plants, and flowing southwest into the Luongo. It had about 1.5 miles of sponge on each side of it. We encamped a little south of the river. 13th July, 1868. On resting at a deserted spot, the men of a village in the vicinity came to us excited and apparently drunk, and began to work themselves up still more by running about, poising their spears at us, taking aim with their bows and arrows, and making as if about to strike with their axes. They thought that we were marauders, and some plants of ground nuts strewn about gave color to the idea. There is usually one good soul in such rabbles. In this case a man came to me, and addressing his fellows, said, "This is only your Pombe. White man, do not stand among them, but go away." And then he placed himself between me and a portion of the assailants, about 30 of whom were making their warlike antics. While walking quietly away with my good friends, they ran in front and behind bushes and trees, took aim with bow and arrow, but none shot. The younger man ran away with our 3 goats. When we had gone a 1/4 mile, my friend told me to wait, and he would bring the goats, which he did. I could not feel the inebriates to be enemies, but in that state they are the worst one can encounter, for they have no fear as they have when sober. One snatched away a fowl from our guide. That too was restored by our friend. I did not load my gun, for any accidental discharge would have inflamed them to rashness. We got away without shedding blood, and were thankful. The Mazitu raid has produced lawlessness in the country. Everyone was taken as an enemy. 14th July, 1868. We remained a day at the stockade of Moigega. A Banyamwezi or Garaganza man is settled here in Kabaya's district and on the strong rivulet called Mato. We felt secure only among the strangers, and they were friendly with us. 15th July, 1868. At the village on the south bank of the Mapanda, we were taken by the headman as Mazitu. He was evidently intoxicated and began to shut his gates with frantic gesticulations. I offered to go away, but others of his people, equally intoxicated, insisted on my remaining. I sat down a little, but seeing that the chief was still alarmed, I said to his people, "The chief objects, and I can't stay." They saw the reasonableness of this, but I could not get my cowardly attendants to come on, though one said to me, "Come, I shall show you the way. We must speak nice to them." This the wise boys think the perfection of virtue. Speaking nice means adopting a childish treble tone of voice and words exactly similar to those of the little Scotch girl who, passing through a meadow, was approached by a cow, probably from curiosity. To appease this enemy, she said, "Oh, cuckoo, if you no hurt me, I no hurt you." I told them to come on and leave them quietly, but they remained babbling with them. The guide said that there was no water in front. This I have been told too often ever to believe, so I went on through the forest, and in an hour and a half came to a sponge, where being joined by my attendants, we passed the night. 16th July, 1868. Crossing this sponge and passing through flat forest, we came to another named Meshwe. When there, as a contrast, the young men volunteered to carry me across, but I had got off my shoes and was in the water, and they came along with me, showing the shallower parts. We finished the day's march by crossing the Molongosi spongy ooze, with 150 paces of deep water flowing northeast. The water in these oozes or sponges felt very cold, though only 60 degrees in the morning and 65 degrees at midday. The Molongosi people invited us into the village, but the forest, unless when infested with leopards and lions, is always preferable, for one is free from vermin and free from curiosity gazers, who in the village think they have a right to stare, but in the forest feel that they are not on an equality with strangers. It was on the 18th of July, 1868, we see that Dr. Livingstone discovered one of the largest of the Central African lakes. It is extraordinary to notice the total absence of all pride and enthusiasm, as almost parenthetically he records the fact. 17th and 18th July, 1868. Reached the chief village of Mapuni, near the north bank of Bangweolo. On the 18th I walked a little way out and saw the shores of the lake for the first time, thankful that I had come safely hither. I told the chief that my goods were all expended and gave him a fathom of calico as all I could spare. I told him that as soon as I had seen and measured the lake I would return north. He replied that seeing our goods were done he could say nothing. He would give me guides, and what else he should do was known to himself. He gave a public reception at once. I asked if he had ever seen anyone like me, and he said never. A Babisa traveler asked me why I had come so far. I said I wished to make the country and people better known to the rest of the world, that we were all children of one Father, and I was anxious that we should know each other better, and that friendly visits should be made in safety. I told him what the Queen had done to encourage the growth of cotton on the Zambezi, and how we had been thwarted by slave traders and their abettors. They were pleased with this. When asked, I showed them my notebook, watch, compass, burning glass, and was loudly drummed home. I showed them the Bible, and told them a little of its contents. I shall require a few days more at Bangweolo than I at first intended. The moon being in its last stage of waning, I cannot observe till it is of some size. 19th July, 1868. Went down to Masantu's village, which is on the shore of the lake, and by a spring called Chipoka, which comes out of a mass of disintegrated granite. It is seldom that we see a spring welling out beneath a rock. They are covered by oozing sponges, if indeed they exist. Here we had as a spectator a man walking on stilts tied to his ankles and knees. There are a great many babisa among the people. The women have their hair ornamented with strings of cowries, and well oiled with the oil and fat from the seeds of the mosiki trees. I sent the chief a fathom of calico, and got an audience at once. Masantu was an oldish man, had never prayed to the great Father of all, though he said the footsteps of Mungu, or Malungu, could be seen on a part of Lafunge Island. A large footstep may also be seen on the rock at the Chambezi, about 15 inches long. He informed us that the lake is much the largest at the part called Bangweolo. The country around the lake is all flat and very much denuded of trees, except the matsikri or mosiki, which has fine dark dense foliage, and is spared for its shade and all the fatty oil yielded by its seeds. We saw the people boiling large pots full of the dark brown fat, which they use to lubricate their hair. The islands, 4 in number, are all flat, but well peopled. The men have many canoes, and all are expert fishermen. They are called mbangwa, but are marked on the forehead and chin as babisa, and file the teeth to points. They have many children, as fishermen usually have. 21st July, 1868. Canoe men are usually extortionate, because one cannot do without them. Mapuni claims authority over them, and sent to demand another fathom that he may give orders to them to go with us. I gave a hoe and a string of beads instead, but he insisted on the cloth, and kept the hoe too, as I could not afford the time to haggle. Chipoka spring water at 9 a.m., 75 degrees. Lake water at same time, 71 degrees. Air, 72 degrees. Chipoka spring at 4 p.m., 74 degrees, 5 minutes. Lake water at same time, 75 degrees. Air, 71 degrees 5 minutes, wet bulb, 70 degrees. No hot fountains or earthquakes are known in this region. The bottom of the lake consists of fine white sand, and a broad belt of strong rushes, say 100 yards wide, shows shallow water. In the afternoons, quite a crowd of canoes anchor at its outer edge to angle. The hooks are like ours, but without barbs. The fish are perch chiefly, but others similar to those that appear in the other lakes are found, and two which attain the large size of 4 feet by 1.5 inches thickness. One is called sampa. 22nd July, 1868. A very high wind came with the new moon and prevented our going, and also the fishermen from following their calling. Mapuni thought that we meant to make an escape from him to the Babisa on the south because we were taking our goats. I therefore left them and 2 attendants at Masantu's village to assure him. 23rd July, 1868. Wind still too strong to go. Took lunars. 24th July, 1868, wind still strong. 25th July, 1868. Strong southeast wind still blowing, but having paid the canoemen amply for 4 days with beads, and given Masantu a hoe and beads too, we embarked at 11:40 a.m. in a fine canoe, 45 feet long, 4 feet deep, and 4 feet broad. The waves were high, but the canoe was very dry, and 5 stout men propelled her quickly toward an opening in Lifunge Island, on our southeast. Here we stopped to wood, and I went away to look at the island, which had the marks of hippopotami and a species of jackal on it. It had hard, wiry grass, some flowers, and a species of gapparidicious tree. The trees showed well the direction of the prevailing wind to be southeast, for the branches on that side were stunted or killed, while those on the northwest ran out straight, and made the trees appear, as sailors say, lopsided. The trunks, too, were bent that way. The canoemen now said that they would start, then that they would sleep here, because we could not reach the island Mapabala before dark, and would not get a hut. I said that it would be sleeping out of doors only in either case, so they went. We could see the island called Kisi on our east, apparently a double island about 15 miles off, and the tops of the trees barely visible on Mapabala on our southeast. It was all sea horizon on our south and north, between Lifunge and Mapabala, and between Lifunge and Kisi. We could not go to Kisi, because as the canoemen told us, they had stolen their canoe thence. Though we decided to go, we remained a while to let the sea go down. A hammerhead's nest on one of the trees was fully 4 feet high. Coarse rushes show the shoals near the islands. Only one shell was seen on the shores. The canoe ships much less water in this surf than our boat did in that of Nyassa. The water is of a deep sea-green color, probably from the reflection of the fine white sand of the bottom. We saw no part having the deep dark blue of Nyassa, and conjecture that the depth is not great. But I had to leave our line when Amoda absconded. On Kisi we observed a dark square mass, which at first I took to be a low hill. It turned out to be a mass of trees, probably the place of sepulture, for the graveyards are always untouched, and shows what a dense forest this land would become were it not for the influence of men. We reached Mpabala after dark. It was bitterly cold from the amount of moisture in the air. I asked a man who came to see what the arrival was for a hut. He said, "Do strangers require huts, or ask for them at night?" He then led us to the public place of meeting called Nsaka, which is a large shed with planks around and open spaces between instead of walls. Here we cooked a little porridge and ate it. Then I lay down on one side with the canoemen and my attendants at the fire in the middle, and was soon asleep, and dreamed that I had apartments in Minvar's hotel. This made me feel much amused next day, for I never dream unless I am ill, or going to be ill, and of all places in the world I never thought of Minvar's hotel in my waking moments. A freak of the fancy, surely, for I was not at all discontented with my fare or apartment. I was only afraid of giving a stock of vermin for my associates. 26th July, 1868. I have to stand the stare of a crowd of people at every new place for hours. All usually talk as quickly as their glib tongues can. These certainly do not belong to the tribes who are supposed to eke out their language by signs. A few indulge their curiosity in sightseeing, but go on steadily weaving nets, or by beating bark cloth, or in spinning cotton. Others smoke their big tobacco pipes, or nurse a baby, or enjoy the heat of the bright morning sun. I walked across the north end of the island and found it to be about 1 mile broad. I also took bearings of Cherubi Island from the eastern point of Mpabala, and found from the southeast point of Cherubi that there are 183 degrees of sea horizon from it to the point of departure of the Luapula. Cherubi is the largest of the islands and contains a large population, possessing many sheep and goats. At the highest part of Mpabala we could see the tops of the trees on Kasango, a small uninhabited islet, about 30 miles distant. The tops of the trees were evidently lifted up by the mirage, for near the shore and at other parts they were invisible, even with a good glass. This uninhabited islet would have been our second stage had we been allowed to cross the lake. As it is of the people themselves, it is as far beyond it to the mainland, called Manda, as from Masantus to Mpabala. 27th July, 1868. Took lunars and stars for latitude. The canoemen now got into a flurry because they were told here that the Kisi men had got an inkling that their canoe was here, and were coming to take it. They said to me that they would come back for me, but I could not trust thieves to be so honest. I thought of seizing their paddles and appealing to the headmen of the island, but aware from past experience how easy it is for acknowledged thieves like them to get up a tale to secure the cheap sympathy of the soft-headed or tender-hearted, I resolved to bear with meekness, though groaning inwardly, the loss of 2 of the 4 days for which I had paid them. I had only my coverlet to hire another canoe, and it was now very cold. The few beads left would all be required to buy food in the way back. I might have got food by shooting buffaloes, but that on foot and through grass with stalks as thick as a goose quill is dreadfully hard work. I had thus to return to Matsantus and trust to the distances as deduced from the time taken by the natives in their canoes for the size of the lake. We had come to Mapawala at the rate of 6 knots an hour and returned in the same with 6 stout paddlers. The latitude was 12 minutes in a southeast course, which may give 24 minutes as the actual distance. To the sleeping place, the islet Kasango, there was at least 28 minutes more, and from thence to the mainland, Manda, other 28 minutes. This 24 plus 28 plus 28 equals 80 minutes as the breadth from Masantu village looking southeast. It lies in 11 degrees 0 minutes south. If we add on the half distance to this, we have 11 degrees 40 minutes as the latitude of Manda. The mainland to the south of Mapabala is called Kabende. The land's end running south of Masantu's village is the entrance to the Luapala. The clearest eye cannot see across it there. I saw clouds as if of grass burning, but they were probably kungu, an edible insect, whose masses have exactly the same appearance as they float above and on the water. From the time the canoes would take to go to Kabende, I believe the southern shore to be a little into 12 degrees of south latitude. The length, as inferred from canoes taking 10 days to go from Mopabala to the Chambeze, I take to be 150 miles, probably more. No one gave a shorter time than that. The Luapula is an arm of the lake for some 20 miles, and beyond that is never narrower than from 180 to 200 yards, generally much broader, and may be compared with the Thames at London Bridge. I think that I am considerably within the mark in setting down Bangweolo as 150 miles long by 80 broad. When told that it contained 4 large islands, I imagined that these would considerably diminish the watery acreage of the whole, as is said to be the case with 5 islands in Ukerewe. But even the largest island, Cherubi, does not in the least dwarf the enormous mass of the water of Bangweolo. A range of mountains named Lokinga extends from the southeast to the southwest. Some small burns come down from them, but no river. This range joins the Kone or Makone range, west of Katanga, from which on one side rises the Lufira and on the other the Liambe or Zambezi. The river of Manda, called Matanga, is only a departing and re-entering branch of the lake. Also the Luma and Loela rivers, some 30 yards broad, have each to be examined as springs on the south of the lake. July 29, 1868. Not a single case of Derbyshire neck or of elephantiasis was observed anywhere near the lake. Consequently, the report we had of its extreme unhealthiness was erroneous. No muddy banks did we see, but in the way to it we had to cross so many sponges or oozes that the word matope, mud, was quite applicable, and I suspect if we had come earlier that we should have experienced great difficulty in getting to the lake at all. 30th July, 1868. We commenced our march back, being eager to get to Chakumbis in case Mohammed should go thence to Katanga. We touched at Mapunis and then went on to the Molangosi. Clouds now began to cover the sky to the Mapanda, which has 15 yards of flood, though the stream itself is only 5 yards wide, and then to the Monto and Moeji's stockade, where we heard of Chakumbi's attack on Kombo-Kombos. Moeji had taken the hint and was finishing a second line of defense around his village. We reached him on the 1st August, 1868, and stopped for Sunday the 2nd. On the 3rd, back to the Rafubu, where I was fortunate enough to hire a canoe to take me over. In examining a tsetse fly very carefully, I see that it has a receptacle at the root of the piercer, which is of a black or dark red color, and when it is squeezed, a clear fluid is pressed out at its point. The other 2 parts of the proboscis are its shield, and have no bulb at the base. The bulb was pronounced at the Royal Society to be only muscle, but it is curious that muscle should be furnished where none is needed, and withheld in the movable parts of the shield where it is decidedly needed. 5th August, 1868. Reached Combo Combo, who is very liberal, and pressed us to stay a day with him as well as with others. We complied and found that Mohammed had gone nowhere. 7th August, 1868. We found a party starting from Kazinga for the coast, having our letters with them. It will take 5 months to reach the sea. The disturbed state of the country prevented parties of traders proceeding in various directions, and one that set off on the same day as us was obliged to return. Mohammed has resolved to go to Mayunwema as soon as parties of his men now out return. This is all in my favor. It is in the way I want to go to see Lulaba and Lufira to Chawambe. The way seems opening out before me, and I am thankful. I resolved to go north by way of Kasembe, and guides were ready to start, so was I. But rumors of war where we were going induced me to halt to find out the truth. The guides, by Mweze, were going to divine by means of a cock to see if it would be lucky to go with me at present. The rumors of danger became so circumstantial that our fence was needed. A well was dug inside, and the Bayanwemse were employed to smelt copper as for the market of Manyuema, and balls for war. Saide bin Omar soon came over the Luapula from Iramba, and the state of confusion induced the traders to agree to unite their forces and make a safe retreat out of the country. They objected very strongly to my going away down the right bank of the Luapula with my small party, though it was in sight, so I resolved to remain till all went. 13th August, 1868. The Bayanweze use a hammer shaped like a cone without a handle. They have both kinds of bellows, one of goatskin, the other of wood, with a skin over the mouth of a drum, and a handle tied to the middle of it. With these they smelt pieces of the large bars of copper into a pot, filled nearly full of wood ashes. The fire is surrounded by masses of ant hills, and in these are hollows made to receive the melted metal. The metal is poured while the pot is held with the hands, protected by wet rags. 15th August, 1868. Bin Omar, a Swahili, came from Mwaboso on Chambeze in 6 days, crossing in that space 22 burns or oozes from knee to waist deep. Very high and cold winds prevail at the present. It was proposed to punish Jakumbi when Said bin Omar came, as he is in debt and refuses payment, but I go off to Kasembe. I learn that there is another hot fountain in the Baloba country called Fungwe. This, with Kapira and Vana, makes 3 hot fountains in this region. Some people were killed in my path to Kasembe, so this was an additional argument against my going that way. Some Bayamwenzi report a tribe, the Bonyolo, that extract the upper front teeth like Batoka. They are near Luanda, and Lake Chipacola is there, probably the same as Kinkoza. Feeling my way, all the trees are now pushing out fresh young leaves of different colors. Winds southeast, clouds of upper stratum northwest. 29th August, 1868. Kaskas began today hot and sultry. This will continue till rains fall. Rumors of war, perpetual and near, and one circumstantial account of an attack made by the Bosse. That, again, contradicted. 31st August, 1868. Rain began here this evening, quite remarkable and exceptional, as it precedes the rains generally off the watershed by 2 months at least. It was a thunder shower, and it and another on the evening of the 2nd were quite partial. As we shall see, he takes advantage of this late experience to work out an elaborate treatise on the climate of this region, which is exceedingly important, bearing as it does upon the question of the periodical floods on the rivers which drain the enormous cistern lakes of Central Africa. The notion of a rainy zone, in which the clouds deposit their treasures in perpetual showers, has received no confirmation from my observations. In 1866-7, the rainfall was 42 inches. In 1867-8, it amounted to 53 inches. This is nearly the same as falls in the same latitudes on the west coast. In both years, the rains ceased entirely in May, and with the exception of 2 partial thunder showers on the middle of the watershed, no rain fell till the middle and end of October. And then, even in November, it was partial, and limited to small patches of country. But scarcely a day passed between October and May without a good deal of thunder. When the thunder began to roll or rumble, it was taken by the natives as an indication of the near cessation of the rains. The middle of the watershed is the most humid part. One sees the great humidity of its climate at once in the trees, old and young, being thickly covered with lichens, some flat on the trunks and branches, others long and thready, like the beards of old men waving in the wind. Large orchids on the trees, in company with the profusion of lichens, are seen nowhere else except in the mangrove swamps of the seacoast. I cannot account for the great humidity of the watershed as compared with the rest of the country, but by the prevailing winds and the rains being from the southeast, and thus from the Indian Ocean, with this wind generally on the surface, one can observe an upper strong wind from the northwest, that is, from the low humid west coast and Atlantic Ocean. The double strata of winds can easily be observed when there are two sheets of clouds, or when burning grass over scores of square miles sends up smoke sufficiently high to be caught by the upper or northwest wind. These winds probably meet during the heavy rains. Now in August they overlap each other. The probability arises from all continued rains within the tropics coming in the opposite direction from the prevailing wind of the year. Partial rains are usually from the southeast. The direction of the prevailing wind of this region is well marked on the islands in Lake Bangweolo. The trunks are bent away from the southeast, and the branches on that side are stunted or killed, while those on the northwest run straight and make the trees appear lopsided. The same bend away from the southeast is seen on all exposed situations, as in the trees covering the brow of a hill. At Kazinga, which is higher than the lake, the trees are covered with lichens, chiefly on the southeast sides and on the upper surfaces of branches running away horizontally to or from the northwest. Plants and trees, which elsewhere in Africa grow only on the banks of streams and other damp localities, are seen flourishing all over the country. The very rocks are covered with lichens and their crevices with ferns. But that which demonstrates the humidity of the climate most strikingly is the number of earthen sponges or oozes met with. In going to Bangweolo from Kazinga, I crossed 29 of these reservoirs in 30 miles of latitude, on a southeast course. This may give about one sponge for every 2 miles. The word bog conveys much of the idea of these earthen sponges, but it is inseparably connected in our minds with peat, and these contain not a particle of peat. They consist of black, porous earth, covered with a hard, wiry grass, and a few other damp-loving plants. In many places, the sponges hold large quantities of the oxide of iron from the big patches of brown hematite that crop out everywhere, and streams of this oxide, as thick as treacle, are seen moving slowly along in the sponge-like small red glaciers. When one treads on the black earth of the sponge, though little or no water appears on the surface, it is frequently squirted up the limbs and gives the idea of a sponge. In the paths that cross them, the earth readily becomes soft mud, but sinks rapidly to the bottom again, as if of great specific gravity. The water in them is always circulating and oozing. The places where the sponges are met with are slightly depressed valleys without trees or bushes, in a forest country where the grass, being only a foot or 15 inches high and thickly planted, often looks like a beautiful glade in a gentleman's park in England. They are from 1/4 of a mile to a mile broad, and from 2 to 10 or more miles long. The water of the heavy rain soaks into the level forest lands. One never sees runnels leading it off, unless occasionally a footpath is turned to that use. The water, descending about 8 feet, comes to a stratum of yellow sand, beneath which there is another stratum of fine white sand, which at its bottom cakes, so as to hold the water from sinking further. It is exactly the same as we found in the Kalahari Desert, in digging sucking places for water for our oxen. The water, both here and there, is guided by the fine sand stratum into the nearest valley, and here it oozes forth on all sides through the thick mantle of black, porous earth which forms the sponge. There in the desert it appears to damp the surface sands in certain valleys, and the bushmen, by a peculiar process, suck out a supply. When we had dug down to the caked sand there years ago, the people begged us not to dig further, as the water would all run away. And we desisted, because we saw that the fluid poured in from the fine sand all round the well, but none came from the bottom or cake. 2 stupid Englishmen afterwards broke through the cake in spite of the entreaties of the natives, and the well and the whole valley dried up hopelessly. Here the water, oozing forth from the surface of the sponge mantle, collects in the center of the slightly depressed valley which it occupies, and near the head of the depression forms a sluggish stream. But further down, as it meets with more slope, it works out for itself a deeper channel, with perpendicular banks, with, say, 100 or more yards of sponge on each side, constantly oozing forth fresh supplies to augment its size. When it reaches rocky ground, it is a perennial burn, with many aquatic plants growing in its bottom. One peculiarity would strike anyone. The water never becomes discolored or muddy. I have seen only one stream muddied in the flood, the Coma, flowing through an alluvial plain in Le Perret. Another peculiarity is very remarkable. It is that after the rains have entirely ceased, these burns have their largest flow and cause inundations. It looks as if towards the end of the rainy season the sponges were lifted up by the water off their beds, and the pores and holes, being enlarged, are all employed to give off fluid. The water of the inundation run away. When the sponges are lifted up by superabundance of water, all the pores therein are opened. As the earthen mantle subsides again, the pores act like natural valves and are partially closed, and by the weight of the earth above them, the water is thus prevented from running away altogether. Time also being required to wet all the sand through which the rains soak, the great supply may only find its way to the sponge a month or so after the great rains have fallen. I travelled in Lunda when the sponges were all supersaturated. The grassy sward was so lifted up that it was separated into patches or tufts, and if the foot missed the row of tufts of this wiry grass which formed the native path, down one plumped up to the thigh in slush. At that time we could cross the sponge only by the native paths, and the central burn only where they had placed bridges. Elsewhere they were impassable, as they poured off the waters of inundation. Our oxen were generally bogged. All 4 legs went down up to the body at once. When they saw the clear sandy bottom of the central burn, they readily went in, but usually plunged right overhead, leaving their tail up in the air to show the nervous shock they had sustained. These sponges are a serious matter in traveling. I crossed the 29 already mentioned at the end of the 4th month of the dry season, and the central burns seemed then to have suffered no diminution. They were then from calf to waist deep, and required from 15 to 40 minutes in crossing. They had many deep holes in the paths, and when one plumps therein, every muscle in the frame receives a painful jerk. When past the stream, and apparently on partially dry ground, one may jog in a foot or more, and receive a squirt of black mud up the thighs. It is only when we reach the trees and are off the sour land that you feel secure from mud and leeches. As one has to strip the lower part of the person in order to ford them, I found that often 4 were as many as we could cross in a day. Looking up these sponges, a bird's eye view would closely resemble the lichen-like vegetation of frost on window panes, or that vegetation in Canada balsam which mad philosophical instrument makers will put between the lenses of the object glasses of our telescopes. The flat, or nearly flat, tops of the subtending and transverse ridges of the central country give rise to a great many. I crossed 29, a few of the feeders of Banguillo, in 30 miles of latitude in one direction. Burns are literally innumerable, rising on the ridges, or as I formerly termed them, mounds. They are undoubtedly the primary or ultimate sources of the Zambezi, Congo, and Nile. By their union are formed streams of from 30 to 80 or 100 yards broad, and as always deep enough to require either canoes or bridges. These I propose to call the secondary sources, and as in the case of the Nile, they are drawn off by 3 lines of drainage. They become the headwaters, the Caput Nili, of the river of Egypt. Thanks to that all-embracing providence which has watched over and enabled me to discover what I have done. There is still much to do, and if health and protection be granted, I shall make a complete thing of it. Then he adds in a note a little further on. But few of the sponges on the watershed ever dry. Elsewhere many do. The cracks in their surface are from 15 to 18 inches deep, with lips from 2 to 3 inches apart. Crabs and other animals, in clearing out their runs, reveal what I verified by actually digging wells at Kazinga and in Kabire, and also observed in the ditches 15 feet deep dug by the natives round many of their stockades, that the sponge rests on a stratum of fine white-washed sand. These cracks afford a good idea of the effect of the rains. The partial thunder showers of October, November, December, and even January produce no effect on them. It is only when the sun begins to return from his greatest southern declination that the cracks close their large lips. The whole sponge is borne up and covers an enormous mass of water, oozing forth in March and April, forming the inundations. These floods in the Congo, Zambezi, and Nile require different times to reach the sea. The bulk of the Zambezi is further augmented by the greater rains, finding many pools in the beds of its feeders filled in February, as soon as the sun comes north. Mem. In apparent contradiction of the foregoing, so far as touches the sources of the Zambezi, Said bin Abib informed me a few days ago that he visited the sources of the Liambai and of the Lufira. Each comes out of a fountain. The Lufira one is called Chengozi and is small, and in a wood of large trees southwest of Katanga. The fountain of the Liambai is so large that one cannot call to a person on the other side, and he appears also very small there. The two fountains are just 5 hours distant from each other. He is well acquainted with the Liambai, where I first met him. Lunga, another river, comes out of nearly the same spot which goes into the Lwangwe, Kaufe. Lufira is less along the Kalangosi up there, that is less than 80 or 200 yards, and it has deep waterfalls in it. The Kone Range comes down north nearly to Mapetos. Makana is the chief of the stone houses in the Baloba, and he may be reached by 3 days of hard traveling from Mapuetos. Lufira is then 1 long day west. As Moabo refuses to show me his Mita, Miengelo, or Mapanakana, as they are called, I must try and get to those of the Baloba of Makana. Senegal swallows pair in the beginning of December. Note: inundation. The inundation I have explained in the note on the climate as owing to the sponges being supersaturated in the greater rains, when the sun returns from his greatest southern declination. The pores are then all enlarged, and the water of inundation flows in great volume even after the rains have entirely ceased. Something is probably to be learned from the rainfall at or beyond the equator, as the sun pursues his way north beyond my beat, but the process I have named accounts undoubtedly for the inundations of the Congo and Zambezi. The most acute of the ancients ascribed the inundation with Strabo to the summer rains in the south, others to snows melting on the mountains of the moon, others to the northern wind, the Etesian breezes blowing directly against the mouth of the river and its current. Others, with less reason, ascribed the inundation to its having its source in the ocean, Herodotus and Pliny to the evaporation following the course of the sun. 1st September 1868. 2 men come from Kasembe. I am reported killed. The Meningo trees distills water, which falls in large drops. The Luapula seen when the smoke clears off. 50 of Said bin Omar's people died of smallpox in Usafa. Mem. Vaccine virus. We leave on the 25th, east bank of Moisi River, and cross the Luango on the 28th, the Lafubu on 1st October, and the Kalangosi on the 7th. Dr. Livingstone seems to have been unable to find opportunity to make daily entries at this period. All was turmoil and panic, and his life appears to have been in imminent danger. Briefly, we see that on his way back from the lake, he found that his Arab associates of the last few months had taken up Kasembe's cause against the devastating hordes of Mazitu, who had swept down on these parts and had repulsed them. But now a fresh complication arose. Kasembe and Chikumbi became alarmed lest the Arabs, feeling their own power, should turn upon them and possess the whole country. So they joined forces and stormed Kombo Kombo, one of the leading Arabs, and with what success we shall see. It is a fair specimen of the unaccountable complications which dog the steps of the traveler, where war is afoot, and render life a misery. He writes as follows on the 5th October. I was detained in the Imbazwa country much longer than I relished. The inroad of the Mazitu, of which Kasembe had just heard when we reached the Mafwe, was the first cause of delay. He had at once sent off men to verify the report, and requested me to remain till his messengers should return. This foray produced a state of lawlessness in the country, which was the main reason for our further detention. The Imbazwa fled before the marauders, the Bayanwezi or Garaganza, who had come in numbers to trade in copper, took on themselves the duty of expelling the invaders, and this, by means of their muskets, they did effectually. Then, building stockades, they excited the jealousy of the Imbazwa lords of the soil, who, instead of feeling grateful, hated the new power thus sprung up among them. They had suffered severely from the sharp dealing of the strangers already, and Chikumbe made a determined assault on the stockade of Kombo Kombo in vain. Confusion prevailed over all the country. Some Banyamweze assumed the offensive against the Bausi, who resemble the Imbazwa, but are further south, and captured and sold some prisoners. It was in this state of things that, as already mentioned, I was surrounded by a party of furious Imbazwa. A crowd stood within 15 or 20 yards with spears poised and arrows set in the bowstrings, and some took aim at me. They took us for plunderers, and some plants of ground nuts thrown about gave color to their idea. One good soul helped us away, a blessing be on him and his. Another chief man took us for Mazitu. In this state of confusion, Kazembe heard that my party had been cut off. He called Monimpanda and took the field in person, in order to punish the Banyamweze, against whom he has an old grudge for killing a near relative of his family, selling Bausi, and setting themselves up as a power in his country. 2 Arab traders now in the country felt that they must unite their forces and thereby effect a safe retreat. Chikumbe had kept 28 tusks for Said bin Omar safely, but the coming of Kasembe might have put it out of his power to deliver up his trust in safety, for an army here is often quite lawless. Each man takes to himself what he can. When united, we marched from Kazinga on 23rd September together, built fences every night to protect ourselves, and about 400 Banyamweze, who took the opportunity to get safely away. Kombo Kombo came away from his stockade, and also part of the way, but cut away by night across country to join the parties of his countrymen, who still loved to trade in Katanga copper. We were not molested, but came nearly north to the Kolongosi. Said parted from us and went away east to Mazamba, and thence to the coast. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the last journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa from 1865 to his death, Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868, by David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Cataracts of the Kolongosi. Passage of the river disputed. Leeches and method of detaching them. Said bin Habib's slaves escape. Enormous collection of tusks. Ill. Theory of the Nile sources. Tribute to Miss Tini. Notes on climate. Separation of Lake Nyassa from the Nile system. Observations on Victoria Nyanza. Slaves dying. Repentant deserters. Muhammad Bagharib. Enraged Imbazwa. An attack. Narrow escape. Renewed attack. A parley. Help arrives. Bin Juma. March from the Imbazwa country. Slaves escape. Burial of Said bin Habib's brother. Singular custom. An elephant killed. Native game laws. Rumor of Baker's expedition. Christmas dinners. 11th October, 1868. From Kazinga north, the country is all covered with forest, and thrown up into ridges of hardened sandstone, capped occasionally with fine-grained clay schist. Trees often appear of large size and of species closely resembling the gum copal tree. On the heights, masucos and rhododendrons are found, and when exposed they are bent away from the southeast. Animals, as buffaloes and elephants, are plentiful but wild. Rivulets numerous and running now as briskly as brooks do after much rain in England. All on the southwestern side of Kalongosi are subjects of Kasembe, that is, Balunda or Imbazwa. It was gratifying to see the Banyamweze carrying their sick in cots slung between 2 men. In the course of time they tired of this, and one man, who was carried several days, remained with Chuma. We crossed the Luongo far above where we first became acquainted with it, and near its source in Irungu or Usungu hills, then the Lobubu, a godly stream 30 yards broad and rapid with fine falls above our ford, which goes into Kalongosi. 6th October, 1868. Crossed the Papusi, and a mile beyond the Luena of 40 yards and knee-deep. Here we were met by about 400 of Kabanda's men, as if they were come to dispute our passage at the ford. I went over, all were civil, but had we shown any weakness, they would no doubt have taken advantage of it. 7th October, 1868. We came to the Kalongosi. flowing over 5 cataracts made by 5 islets in a place called Kabarumi. Near the Mabamba, a goodly rivulet joins it. 12th October, 1868. We came to the Kalangosi at the ford named Masolo. By pacing, I found it to be 240 yards broad and thigh deep at the end of the dry season. It ran so strongly that it was with difficulty I could keep my feet. Here 500 at least of Nasama's people stood on the opposite shore to know what we wanted. 2 fathoms of calico were sent over, and then I and 30 guns went over to protect the people in the ford. As we approached, they retired. I went to them and told them that I had been to Nasama's, and he gave me a goat and food, and we were good friends. Some had seen me there, and they now crowded to look till the Arabs thought it unsafe for me to be among them. If I had come with bared skin, they would have fled. All became friendly, an elephant was killed, and we remained 2 days buying food. We passed down between the ranges of hills on the east of Moero, the path we followed when we first visited Kasembe. 20th and 21st October, 1868. From Luau, I went over to the chief village of Muabo and begged him to show me the excavations in his country. He declined by saying that I came from a crowd of people and must go to Kabwabata and wait a while there. Meanwhile, he would think what he should do, whether to refuse or invite me to come. He evidently does not wish me to see his strongholds. All his people could go into them, though over 10,000. They are all abundantly supplied with water, and they form the storehouses for grain. 22nd October, 1868. We came to Kabwabata, and I hope I may find a way to other underground houses. It is probable that they are not the workmanship of the ancestors of the present occupants, for they ascribe their formation invariably to the deity Mulungu or Reza. If their forefathers had made them, some tradition would have existed of them. 3rd October, 1868. Said bin Habib came over from Mapuetos. He reports Lualaba and Lufira flowing into the lake of Kinkonza. Lungabale is paramount chief of Rua. Maparahala horns measured 3 feet long and 3 inches in diameter at the base. This is the yellow kulata of Makololo, bastard gemsbuck of the Dutch. 27th, 29th, and 30th October, 1868. Salim bin Habib was killed by the people in Rua. He had put up a tent and they attacked it in the night and stabbed him through it. Said bin Habib waged a war of vengeance all through Rua after this for the murder of his brother. Sef's raid may have led the people to the murder. 29th October, 1868. In coming north in September and October, the last months of the dry season, I crossed many burns flowing quite in the manner of our brooks at home. After a great deal of rain here, however, the water was clear, and the banks not abraded in the least. Some rivulets had a tinge of white in them, as if of felspar in disintegrating granite. Some nearly stagnant burns had as if milk and water in them, and some red oxide of iron. Where leeches occur, they need no coaxing to bite, but fly at the white skin like furies and refuse to let go. With the fingers benumbed, though the water is only 60 degrees, one may twist them round the finger and tug, but they slip through. I saw the natives detaching them with a smart slap of the palm, and found it quite effectual. Swifts, Senegal swallows, and common dark-bellied swallows appeared at Kazinga in the beginning of October. Other birds, as drongo shrikes, a bird with a reddish bill, but otherwise like a gray linnet, keep in flocks yet. 5th December. They pair now. The kite came sooner than the swallows. I saw the first at Bangweolo on the 20th July, 1868. 1st November, 1868. At Kabwabata, we are waiting till Said comes up that we may help him. He has an enormous number of tusks and bars of copper, sufficient, it seems, for all his people to take forward, going and returning 3 times over. He has large canoes on the lake and will help us in return. 2nd November, 1868. News came yesterday from Mapuetos that 21 slaves had run away from Said bin Habab at one time. They were Rua people and out of the chains, as they were considered safe when fairly over the Lualaba, but they showed their love of liberty on the first opportunity. Mapueto is suspected to have harbored them or helped them over the river. This will probably lead to Side attacking him, as he has done to so many chiefs in Rua. In this case, Maputo will have no sympathy. He is so wanting in the spirit of friendliness to others. 3rd November, 1868. Sent off men to hasten Side onwards. We start in 2 or 3 days. The oldest map known to be in existence is the map of the Ethiopian gold mines, dating from the time of Sethos I, the father of Ramesses II, long enough before the time of the bronze table of Aristogoras, on which was inscribed the circuit of the whole earth, and all the sea and all the rivers. Tyler, page 90, quoted from Birch's Archaeologica, volume 34, page 382. Sesostris was the first to distribute his maps. 8th November, 1868. Said bin Habib is said to have amassed 150 frasilas of ivory, equals 5,250 pounds, and 300 frasilas of copper, equals 10,500 pounds. With 100 carriers, he requires to make 4 relays, or otherwise make the journey 4 times over at every stage. 21 of his slaves ran away in one night, and only 4 were caught again. They were not all bought, nor was the copper and ivory come at by fair means. The murder of his brother was a good excuse for plunder, murder, and capture. Maputo is suspected of harboring them as living on the banks of the Lualaba, for they could not get over without assistance from his canoes and people. Maputo said, "Remove from me, and we shall see if they come this way." They are not willing to deliver fugitives up. Said sent for Elmas, the only thing of the mullam or clerical order here, probably to ask if the Koran authorizes him to attack Maputo. Mullam will reply, "Yes, certainly. If Maputo won't restore your slaves, take what you can by force." Said's bloodshed is now pretty large, and he is becoming afraid for his own life. If he ceases not, he will himself be caught some day. Ill of fever 2 days. Better and thankful. Whilst waiting to start for Ujiji, Livingstone was intensely occupied on the great problem of the Nile and the important part he had taken so recently in solving it. He writes at this date as follows. The discovery of the sources of the Nile is somewhat akin in importance to the discovery of the Northwest Passage, which called forth, though in a minor degree, the energy, the perseverance, and the pluck of Englishmen, and anything that does that is beneficial to the nation and to its posterity. The discovery of the sources of the Nile possesses, moreover, an element of interest which the Northwest Passage never had. The great men of antiquity have recorded their ardent desires to know the fountains of what Homer called Egypt's heaven-descended spring. Sesostris, the first who in camp with his army made and distributed maps, not to Egyptians only, but to the Scythians, naturally wished to know the springs, says Eustathius, of the river on whose banks he flourished. Alexander the Great, who founded a celebrated city at this river's mouth, looked up the stream with the same desire, and so did the Caesars. The great Julius Caesar is made by Lucan to say that he would give up the civil war if he might but see the fountains of this far-famed river. Nero Caesar sent 2 centurions to examine the Caput Nili. They reported that they saw the river rushing with great force from 2 rocks, and beyond that it was lost in immense marshes. This was probably native information concerning the cataracts of the Nile and a long space above them, which had already been enlarged by others into 2 hills with sharp conical tops called Crophi and Mophi, midway between which lay the fountains of the Nile, fountains which it was impossible to fathom, and which gave forth half their water to Ethiopia in the south, and the other half to Egypt in the north, that which these men failed to find, and that which many great minds in ancient times longed to know, has in this late age been brought to light by the patient toil and laborious perseverance of Englishmen. In laying a contribution to this discovery at the feet of his countrymen, the writer desires to give all the honor to his predecessors which they deserve. The work of Speke and Grant is deserving of the highest commendation, inasmuch as they opened up an immense tract of previously unexplored country, in the firm belief they were bringing to light the head of the Nile. No one can appreciate the difficulties of their feat unless he has gone into new country. In association with Captain Burton, Speke came much nearer to the Koi fountains than at the Victoria Nyanza, but they all turned their backs on them. Mr. Baker showed courage and perseverance worthy of an Englishman in following out the hints given by Speke and Grant. But none rises higher in my estimation than the Dutch lady, Miss Tenay, who, after the severest domestic afflictions, nobly persevered in the teeth of every difficulty, and only turned away from the object of her expedition after being assured by Speke and Grant that they had already discovered in Victoria Nyanza the sources she sought. Had they not given their own mistaken views, the wise foresight by which she provided a steamer would inevitably have led her to pull up and by canoes to reach Lake Bangweolo's sources full 500 miles south of the most southerly part of Victoria Nyanza. She evidently possesses some of the indomitable pluck of Van Tromp, whose tomb every Englishman who goes to Holland must see. Her doctor was made a baron. Were she not a Dutch lady already, we think she ought to be made a duchess. By way of contrast with what, if I live through it, I shall have to give, I may note some of the most prominent ideas entertained of this world-renowned river. Ptolemy, the geographer who lived in the 2nd century and was not a king of Egypt, with the most ancient maps, made the Nile rise from the Montes Lunae between 10 and 12 south latitude, by 6 several streams which flowed north into 2 lakes, situated east and west of each other. These streams flowed about west of his river Rafata, or Raptus, which is probably our Ravuma or Luuma. This was very near the truth, but the mountains of the moon cannot be identified with the Loginga, or mountains of Bisa, from which many of the springs do actually arise. Unless indeed we are nearer to the great alterations in climate which have taken place, as we are supposed to be nearer the epoch of the Mammoth, Aurochs, and others. Snow never lay in these latitudes, on altitudes of 6,000 feet above the sea. Some of the ancients supposed the river to have its source in the ocean. This was like the answer we received long ago from the natives on the Liambai or Upper Zambezi when inquiring for its source. It rises in Laotale, the white man's sea, or Methuselah. The second name means the grazing water, from the idea of the tides coming in to graze. As to the freshness of the Liambai waters, they could give no explanation. Some again thought that the Nile rose in western Africa, and after flowing eastwards across the continent, turned northwards to Egypt, and others still thought that it rose in India, and others again, from vague reports collected from their slaves, made it and several other rivers rise but of a great inland sea. Achalunda was said to be the name of this lake, and in the language of Angola it meant the sea. It means only of or belonging to Lunda, a country. It might have been a sea that was spoken of on a whole, or anything. Nyasi, or the sea, was another name and another blunder. Nyasi means long grass and nothing else. Nyanza, contracted into Nyasa, means lake, marsh, any piece of water, or even the dry bed of a lake. The N and Y are joined in the mouth and never pronounced separately. The Nyanza, it would be nearer the mark to say the Nancy. Of all theoretical discoverers, the man who ran in 200 miles of lake and placed them on a height of some 4,000 feet at the northwest end of Lake Nyasa deserves the highest place. Dr. Beek, in his guess, came nearer the source than most others, but after all he pointed out where they would not be found. Old Nile played the theorists a pretty prank by having his springs 500 miles south of them all. I call mine a contribution, because it is just 100 years, 1769, since Bruce, a greater traveler than any of us, visited Abyssinia, and having discovered the sources of the Blue Nile, he thought that he had then solved the ancient problem. Am I to be cut out by someone discovering southern fountains of the river of Egypt, of which I have now no conception? David Livingstone. The tiresome procrastination of Muhammad and his horde was not altogether an unmixed evil. With so many new discoveries in hand, Livingstone had an opportunity for working out several problems and instituting comparisons between the phenomena of inner Africa and the well-marked changes which go on in other parts of the world. We find him at this time summing them up as follows. The subject of change of climate from alteration of level has not received the investigation it deserves. Mr. Darwin saw reason to believe that very great alterations of altitude and of course of climate had taken place in South America and the islands of the Pacific. The level of a country above the sea, I believe, he thought to be as variable as the winds. A very great alteration of altitude has also taken place in Africa, This is apparent on the sea coast of Angola and all through the center of the country, where large rivers which once flowed southwards and westwards are no longer able to run in these directions. The general desiccation of the country, as seen in the beds of large rivers and of enormous lakes, tells the same tale. Portions of the east coast have sunk, others have risen, even in the historic period. The upper or northern end of the Red Sea has risen, so that the place of the passage of the children of Israel is now between 40 and 50 miles from Suez, the modern head of the Gulf. This upheaval, and not the sand from the desert, caused the disuse of the ancient canal across the isthmus. It took place since the Mohammedan conquest of Egypt. The women of the Jewish captives were carried past the end of the Red Sea and along the Mediterranean in ox wagons, where such cattle would now all perish for want of water and pasture. In fact, the route to Assyria would have proved more fatal to captives than the Middle Passage has been to Africans since. It may be true that as the desert is now, it could not have been traversed by the multitude under Moses. The German strictures put forth by Dr. Colenso under the plea of the progress of science assume that no alteration has taken place in either desert or climate, but a scientific examination of the subject would have ascertained what the country was then when it afforded pasture to flocks and herds, and even very much cattle. We know that Eziongeber was, with its docks on the seashore, with water in abundance for the ship carpenters. It is now far from the head of the Alaic Gulf in a parched desert. Aden, when visited by the Portuguese Balthasar less than 300 years ago, was a perfect garden, but it is now a vast conglomeration of black volcanic rocks, with so little vegetation that on seeing flocks of goats driven out, I thought of the Irish cabman at an ascent slamming the door of his cab and whispering to his fare, "Wish, it's to deceive the baste. He thinks that you are out walking." Gigantic tanks in great numbers and the ruins of aqueducts appear as relics of the past, where no rain now falls for 3 or more years at a time. They have all dried up by a change of climate, possibly similar and contemporaneous with that which has dried up the Dead Sea. The journey of Ezra was undertaken after a fast at the river Ahava. With nearly 50,000 people, he had only about 8,000 beasts of burden. He was ashamed to ask a band of soldiers and horsemen for protection in the way. It took about 4 months to reach Jerusalem. This would give 5.5 or 6 miles a day, as the crow flies, which is equal to 12 or 15 miles of surface traveled over. This bespeaks of a country capable of yielding both provisions and water, such as cannot now be found. Ezra would not have been ashamed to ask for camels to carry provisions and water had the country been as dry as it is now. The prophets, in telling all the woes and miseries of the captivities, never allude to suffering or perishing by thirst in the way, or being left to rot in the rout as African slaves are now in a well-watered country. Had the route to Assyria been then as it is now, they could scarcely have avoided referring to the thirst of the way, but everything else is mentioned except that. Respecting the system of lakes in the center of Africa, it will possibly occur to some that Lake Nyassa may give a portion of its water off from its northern end to the Nile. But this would imply a lake giving off a river at both ends. The country, too, on the northwest and northeast, rises from 4,000 to 6,000 feet above the sea, and there is not the smallest indication that Nyassa and Tanganyika were ever connected. Lake Liemba is the most southerly part of Tanganyika. Its latitude is 8 degrees 46 minutes south. The most northerly point of Lake Nyassa is probably 10 degrees 58 minutes minus 8 degrees 46 minutes equals 2 degrees 10 minutes. Longitude of Liemba, 34 degrees 57 minutes minus 31 degrees 57 minutes equals 3 degrees 0 minutes equals 180 minutes of longitude. Of latitude, 130 minutes plus 180 minutes equals 310 minutes, 2/3 of which is about 206 minutes, the distance between the two lakes, and no evidence of fissure, rent, or channel now appears on the highland between. Again, Liemba is 3,000 feet above the sea. The altitude of Nyassa is 12,000 by 800 feet. Tanganyika would thus go to Nyassa, down the Shiré, into the Zambezi and the sea, if a passage existed even below ground. The large lake, said to exist to the northwest of Tanganyika, might, however, send a branch to the Nile, but the land rises up into a high ridge east of this lake. It is somewhat remarkable that the impression which intelligent Swahili, who have gone into Karangwe, have received is, that the Kentugle flows from Tanganyika into Lake Ukerewe. One of Said bin Omar's people put it to me very forcibly the other day by saying, Kitangule is an arm of Tanganyika. He had not followed it out, but that Dagara, the father of Rumanika, should have in his lifetime seriously proposed to deepen the upper part of it so as to allow canoes to pass from his place to Ujiji is very strong evidence of the river being large on the Tanganyika side. We know it to be of good size and requiring canoes on the Ukerewe side. Burton came to the very silly conclusion that when a native said a river ran one way, he meant that it flowed in the opposite direction. Ujiji, in Rumanika's time, was the only mart for merchandise in the country. Garaganza or Galaganza has most trade and influence now. 14th September 1868. Okara is the name by which Victoria Nyanza is known on the eastern side, and an arm of it, called Kavirondo, is about 40 miles broad. Lake Baringo is a distinct body of water some 50 miles broad, and giving off a river called Nagardabash, which flows eastwards into the Somali country. Lake Naibash is more to the east than Kavirondo, and about 50 miles broad, too. It gives off the river Kadete, which is supposed to flow into Lufu. It is southeast of Kavirondo, and Kilimanjaro can be seen from its shores. In the southeast, Okara, Naibash, and Baringo seem to have been run by Speke into one lake. Okara in the south is full of large islands and has but little water between them. That little is encumbered with aquatic vegetation called tika tika, on which, as in Lakelet Gumadona, a man can walk. Water lilies and duckweed are not the chief part of this floating mass. In the north, Okara is large. Buunkege land is the boundary between the people of Kavirondo and the Galas, with camels and horses. 9th November 1868. Copied several notes written at Kazinga and elsewhere, and at Kab Wabata. Resume journal. Some slight showers have cooled the air a little. This is the hottest time of the year. 10th November 1868. A heavier shower this morning will have more of the same effect. 11th November 1868. Moabo visited this village but refuses to show his underground houses. 13th November 1868. I was on the point of starting without Muhammad Baghrib, but he begged me not to go till he had settled some weighty matter about a wife he is to get at Ujiji from Mapari. We must have the new moon, which will appear in 3 days, for lucky starting, and will leave Said bin Habib at Chisabi's. Meanwhile, 2 women slaves ran away, and Said has only got back 5 of his 21 fugitives. Mullum was mild with his decisions and returned here. He informed me that many of Said's slaves, about 40, fled. Of those who cannot escape, many die, evidently broken-hearted. They are captives, and not, as slaves often are, criminals sold for their guilt, hence the great mortality caused by being taken to the sea to be, as they believe, fattened and eaten. Poor things, heaven help them. Ujiji is pronunciation of the Bayamwezi, and they call the people Waiwai, exactly as the same people styled themselves on the river Zoga near Nagami. It will be remembered that several of his men refused to go to Lake Bangweolo with him. They seem now to have thought better of it, and on his return are anxious to come back to their old master, who, for his part, is evidently willing to overlook a great deal. I have taken all the runaways back again. After trying the independent life, they will behave better. Much of their ill conduct may be ascribed to seeing that after the flight of the Johanna men, I was entirely dependent on them. More enlightened people often take advantage of men in similar circumstances, though I have seen pure Africans come out generously to aid one abandoned to their care. I have faults myself. 15th November 1868. The Arabs have some tradition of the Emir Musa coming as far south as the Jaga country. Some say he lived northeast of Suna, now Matiza, but it is so mixed up with fable and tales of the Genii, Mageni, that it cannot refer to the great Moses, concerning whose residence at Meroe and marriage of the king of Ethiopia's daughter there is also some vague tradition further north. The only thing of interest to me is the city of Meroe, which is lost and may, if built by ancient Egyptians, still be found. The Africans all beckon with the hand to call a person in a different way from what Europeans do. The hand is held, as surgeons say, prone or palm down, while we beckon with the hand held supine or palm up. It is quite natural in them, for the idea in their mind is to lay the hand on the person and draw him towards them. If the person wished for is near, say 40 yards off, the beckoner puts out his right hand on a level with his breast and makes the motion of catching the other by shutting the fingers and drawing him to himself. If the person is further off, this motion is exaggerated by lifting up the right hand as high as he can see. He brings it down with a sweep towards the ground, the hand still being held prone as before. In nodding assent, they differ from us by lifting the chin up instead of bringing it down as we do. The lifting up the chin looks natural after a short usage therewith, and is perhaps purely conventional, not natural, as the other seems to be. 16th November, 1868. I am tired out by waiting after finishing the journal, and will go off tomorrow north. Simon killed a zebra after I had taken the above resolution, and this supply of meat makes delay bearable, for besides flesh, of which I had none, we can buy all kinds of grain and pulse for the next few days. The women of the adjacent villages crowd into this as soon as they hear of an animal killed, and sell all the produce of their plantations for meat. 17th November, 1868. It is said that on the road to the Great Salt Lake in America, the bones and skulls of animals lie scattered everywhere, yet travelers are often put to great straits for fuel. This, if true, is remarkable among a people so apt in turning everything to account as the Americans. When we first steamed up the river Shiré, our fuel ran out in the Elephant Marsh, where no trees exist, and none could be reached without passing through many miles on either side of impassable swamp, covered with reeds, and intersected everywhere with deep branches of the river. Coming to a spot where an elephant had been slaughtered, I at once took the bones on board, and these, with the bones of a second elephant, enabled us to steam briskly up to where the wood abounded. The Scythians, according to Herodotus, used the bones of the animal sacrificed to boil the flesh. The gauchos of South America do the same when they have no fuel. The ox thus boils himself. 18th November, 1868. A pretty little woman ran away from her husband and came to Mapamari. Her husband brought 3 hose, a checked cloth, and 2 strings of large neck beads to redeem her, but this old fellow wants her for himself, and by native law he can keep her as his slave wife. Slave owners make a bad neighborhood, for the slaves are always running away, and the headmen are expected to restore the fugitives for a bit of cloth. An old woman of Mapamari fled 3 times. She was caught yesterday, and tied to a post for the young slaves to plague her. Her daughter burst into an agony of tears on seeing them tying her mother, and Mapamari ordered her to be tied to the mother's back for crying. I interceded for her, and she was let go. He said, "You don't care, though Syed Majid loses his money." I replied, "Let the old woman go. She will be off again tomorrow." But they cannot bear to let a slave have her freedom. I don't understand what effects his long prayers and prostrations towards the Qibla have on his mind. They cannot affect the minds of his slaves favorably, nor do they mine, though I am as charitable as most people. 19th November, 1868. I prepared to start today, but Muhammad Baghrib has been very kind and indeed cooked meals for me from my arrival at Casembe's 6th May last till we came here 22nd October. The food was coarse enough, but still it was food, and I did not like to refuse his genuine hospitality. He now begged of me not to go for 3 days, and then he would come along with me. Mapamari also entreated. I would not have minded him, but they have influence with canoe men on Tanganyika, and it is well not to get a bad name if possible. 20th November, 1868. Muhammad Baghrib purposed to attack 2 villages near to this from an idea that the people there concealed his runaway slaves. By remaining, I think I have put a stop to this, as he did not like to pillage while I was in company. Mapamari also turned round towards peace, though he called all the riff-raff to muster, and caracoled among them like an old broken-winded horse. One man became so excited with yelling that the others had to disarm him, and then he fell down as if in a fit. Water poured on his head brought him to calmness. We go on the 22nd. 22nd November, 1868. This evening, the Mbwazwa, or Babemba came at dusk and killed a Wanyamwezi woman on one side of the village and a woman and child on the other side of it. I took this to be the result of the warlike demonstration mentioned above, but one of Muhammad Baghrib's people, named Bin Juma, had gone to a village on the north of this and seized 2 women and 2 girls, in lieu of 4 slaves who had run away. The head man, resenting this, shot an arrow into one of Bin Junta's party, and Bin Juma shot a woman with his gun. This, it turned out, had roused the whole country, and next morning we were assailed by a crowd of Imbazwa on 3 sides. We had no stockade, but the men built one as fast as the enemy allowed, cutting down trees and carrying them to the line of defense, while others kept the assailants at bay with their guns. Had it not been for the crowd of Bayamwezi which we have, who shot vigorously with their arrows and occasionally chased the Imbazwa, we would have been routed. I did not go near the fighting, but remained in my house to defend my luggage if necessary. The women went up and down the villages with sieves, as if winnowing, and singing songs, and luluing, to encourage their husbands and friends who were fighting. Each had a branch of the ficus indica in her hand, which she waved, I supposed, as a charm. About 10 of the Imbazwa are said to have been killed, but dead and wounded were at once carried off by their countrymen. They continued the assault from early dawn till 1 p.m., and showed great bravery, but they wounded only 2 with their arrows. Their care to secure the wounded was admirable. 2 or 3 at once seized the fallen man and ran off with him, though pursued by a great crowd of Bayamwezi with spears, and fired at by the Swahili. Victoria Cross fellows, truly, many of them were. Those who had a bunch of animals' tails with medicine tied to their waist came sidling and ambling up to near the unfinished stockade and shot their arrows high up into the air to fall among the Wanyamwezi, then picked up any arrows on the field, ran back, and returned again. They thought that by the ambling gait they avoided the balls, and when these whistled past them they put down their heads as if to allow them to pass over. They had never encountered guns before. We did not know it, but Muabu, Futa, Ngure, Sandaruko, and Chapi were the assailants, for we found it out by the losses each of these 5 chiefs sustained. It was quite evident to me that the Swahili Arabs were quite taken aback by the attitude of the natives. They expected them to flee as soon as they heard a gun fired in anger, but instead of this we were very nearly being cut off, and should have been but for our Bayamwezi allies. It is fortunate that the attacking party had no success in trying to get Maputo and Karembwe to join them against us, or it would have been more serious still. 24th November 1868. The Imbazwa, or Babemba rather, came early this morning and called on Muhammad to come out of his stockade if he were a man who could fight, but the fence is now finished and no one seems willing to obey the taunting call. I have nothing to do with it, but feel thankful that I was detained and did not, with my few attendants, fall into the hands of the justly infuriated Babemba. They kept up the attack today, and some went out to them fighting till noon, when a man was killed and not carried off, though Wanyamwezi brought his head and put it on a pole on the stockade. 6 heads were thus placed. A fine young man was caught and brought in by the Wanyamwezi. One stabbed him behind, another cut his forehead with an axe. I called in vain to them not to kill him. As a last appeal, he said to the crowd that surrounded him, "Don't kill me, and I shall take you to where the women are." "You lie," said his enemies. "You intend to take us where we may be shot by your friends." And they killed him. It was horrible. I protested loudly against any repetition of this wickedness, and the more sensible agreed that the prisoners ought not to be killed, but the Bayamwezi are incensed against the Babemba because of the women killed on the 22nd. 25th November, 1868. The Babemba kept off on the 3rd day, and the Arabs are thinking it will be a good thing if we get out of the country unscathed. Men were sent off on the night of the 23rd to Said bin Habib for powder and help. Muhammad Baghrib is now unwilling to take the onus of the war. He blames Mapamari, and Mapamari blames him. I told Muhammad that the war was undoubtedly his work, inasmuch as Bin Juma is his man, and he approved of his seizing the women. He does not like this, but it is true. He would not have entered a village of Kasembe or Mwamba or Chikumbi, as he did Chapi's man's village. The people here are simply men of more mettle than he imagined, and his folly in beginning a war in which, if possible, his slaves will slip through his hands is apparent to all, even to himself. Said sent 4 barrels of gunpowder and 10 men, who arrived during last night. 27th November 1868. 2 of Muabo's men came over to bring on a parley. One told us that he had been on the south side of the village before and heard one man say to another, "Mo pige," shoot him. Mpamari gave them a long oration in exculpation, but it was only the same everlasting story of fugitive slaves. The slave traders cannot prevent them from escaping and impudently think that the country people ought to catch them, and thus be their humble servants and also the persecutors of their own countrymen. If they cannot keep them, why buy them? Why put their money into a bag with holes? It is exactly what took place in America. Slave owners are bad neighbors everywhere. Canada was threatened, England browbeaten, and the Northerners all but kicked on the same score, and all as if property in slaves had privileges which no other goods have. To hear the Arabs say of the slaves after they are fled, "Oh, they are bad, bad, very bad, and they entreated me, too, to free them from the yoke," is, as the young ladies say, too absurd. The chiefs also who do not apprehend fugitives, they, too, are bad. I proposed to Muhammad Baghrib to send back the women seized by Benjuma to show the Babemba that he disapproved of the act and was willing to make peace, but this was too humiliating. I added that their price as slaves was 4 barrels of gunpowder or $160, while slaves lawfully bought would have cost him only 8 or 10 yards of calico each. At the conclusion of Mpamari's speech, the 4 barrels of gunpowder were exhibited, and so was the Koran, to impress them, Muabo's people, with an idea of their great power. 28th and 29th November 1868. It is proposed to go and force our way if we can to the north, but all feel that that would be a fine opportunity for the slaves to escape, and they would not be loth to embrace it. This makes it a serious matter, and the Koran is consulted at hours which are auspicious. 30th November 1868. Messenger sent to Muabo to ask a path, or in plain words, protection from him. Mpamari protests his innocence of the whole affair. 1st December 1868. Muabo's people over again. Would fain send them to make peace with Chapi. 2nd December 1868. The detention is excessively vexatious to me. Muabo sent 3 slaves as offers of peace, a fine self-imposed, but he is on our south side and we wish to go north. 3rd December 1868. A party went today to clear the way to the north, but were warmly received by Babemba with arrows. They came back with 1 woman captured, and they say that they killed 1 man. One of themselves is wounded and many others in danger. Others who went east were shot at and wounded too. 4th December 1868. A party went east and were fain to flee from the Babemba. The same thing occurred on our west, and today, 5th, all were called to strengthen the stockade for fear that the enemy may enter uninvited. The slaves would certainly flee, and small blame to them though they did. Mpamari proposed to go off north by night, but his people objected, as even a child would arouse the Babemba and reveal the flight. So finally he sent off to ask Said what he should do, whether to retire by day or by night, probably entreating Said to come and protect him. A sort of idol is found in every village in this part. It is of wood and represents the features, markings, and fashion of the hair of the inhabitants. Some have little huts built for them, others are in common houses. The Babemba call them Nakisi, Senkan of the Arabs. The people of Rua name one Kalubi, the plural Tulubi, and they present pombe, flour, bang, tobacco, and light a fire for them to smoke by. They represent the departed father or mother, and it is supposed that they are pleased with the offerings made to their representatives, but all deny that they pray to them. Kasembe has very many of these Nakisi. One with long hair, and named Matumbo, is carried in front when he takes the field. Names of dead chiefs are sometimes given to them. I have not met with anyone intelligent enough to explain if prayers are ever made to anyone. The Arabs who know their language say they have no prayers, and think that at death there is an end of the whole man, but other things lead me to believe this is erroneous. Slaves laugh at their countrymen in imitation of their masters, and will not reveal their real thoughts. One is said that they believed in 2 superior beings, Reza above who kills people, and Reza below who carries them away after death. 6th December 1868. 10 of Said bin Habib's people came over, bringing a letter, the contents of which neither Mapari nor Muhammad cares to reveal. Some think, with great probability, that he asks, "Why did you begin a war if you wanted to leave so soon? Did you not know that the country people would take advantage of your march, encumbered as you will be by women and slaves?" Muhammad Baghrib called me to ask what advice I could give him, as all his own advice, and devices too, had been lost or were useless, and he did not know what to do. The Bayan Wemzi threatened to go off by night and leave him, as they are incensed against the Babemba, and offended because the Arabs do not aid them in wreaking their vengeance upon them. I took care not to give any advice, but said, if I had been or was in his place, I would have sent or would send back bin Juma's captives, to show that I disapproved of his act, the first in the war, and was willing to make peace with Chapi. He said that he did not know that bin Juma would capture these people, that bin Juma had met some natives with fish and took 10 by force, that the natives in revenge caught 3 Bayanwemzi slaves, and bin Juma then gave 1 slave to them as a fine. But Muhammad did not know of this affair either. I am of opinion, however, that he was fully aware of both matters, and Mpamare's caracoling showed that he knew it all, though he now denies it. Bin Juma is a long, thin, lanky Swahili, 6 feet 2 high, with a hooked nose and large lips. I told Muhammad that if he were to go with us to Mayanuma, the whole party would be cut off. He came here, bought a slave boy, and allowed him to escape, then browbeat Chapi's man about him, and he says 3 others, and caught 10 in lieu of him, of which Muhammad restored 6. This was the origin of the war. Now that we are in the middle of it, I must do as Muhammad does in going off either by day or by night. It is unreasonable to ask my advice now, but it is felt that they have very unjustifiably placed me in a false position, and they fear that Syed Majid will impute blame to them. Meanwhile, Said bin Habib sent a private message to me to come with his men to him and leave this party. I perceive that the plan now is to try and clear our way of Chapi and then march, but I am so thoroughly disgusted with this slave war that I think of running the risk of attack by the country people and to go off tomorrow without Muhammad Baghrib, though I like him much more than I do Mpamari or Said bin Habib. It is too glaring hypocrisy to go to the Koran for guidance while the stolen women, girls, and fish are in bin Juma's hands. 8th and 9th December 1868. I had to wait for the Bayan Wenzi preparing food. Muhammad has no authority over them, or indeed over anyone else. 2 Babemba men came in and said that they had given up fighting and begged for their wives, who had been captured by Said's people on their way here. This reasonable request was refused at first, but better counsels prevailed, and they were willing to give something to appease the anger of the enemy, and sent back 6 captives, 2 of whom were the wives prayed for. At last he makes a start on the 11th of December with the Arabs, who are bound eastwards for Ujiji. It is a motley group composed of Muhammad and his friends, a gang of Unyamwenzi, hangers-on, and strings of wretched slaves yoked together in their heavy slave sticks. Some carry ivory, others copper or food for the march, whilst hope and fear, misery and villainy may be read off on the various faces that pass in line out of this country, like a serpent dragging its accursed folds away from the victim it has paralyzed with its fangs. 11th December, 1868. We marched 4 hours unmolested by the natives, built a fence, and next day crossed the Lokinda River and its feeder, the Mukosi. Here the people belonged to Chisabi, who had not joined the other Babemba. We go between 2 ranges of tree-covered mountains, which are continuations of those on each side of Moero. 12th December, 1868. The tiresome tale of slaves running away was repeated again last night by 2 of Mpamari's making off, though in the yoke, and they have been with him from boyhood. Not one good-looking slave woman is now left of Muhammad Baghrib's fresh slaves. All the pretty ones obtain favor by their address, beg to be unyoked, and then escape. 4 hours brought us to many villages of Chisabi and the camp of Said bin Habib in the middle of a set-in rain, which marred the demonstration at meeting with his relative Mpamari, but the women braved it through, wet to the skin, and danced and lululooed with draggled petticoats with a zeal worthy of a better cause, as the penny-a-liners say. It is the custom for the trader who receives visitors to slaughter goats and feed all his guests for at least 2 days, nor was Said wanting in this hospitality, though the set-in rain continuing, we did not enjoy it as in fine weather. 14th December 1868. Cotton grass and brackens all over the country show the great humidity of Marungu. Rain daily, but this is not the great rain which falls when the sun comes back south over our heads. 15th December 1868. March 2 hours only to the range of Tamba. A pretty little light gray owl called Nokwekwe was killed by a native as food. A black ring round its face and its black ears gave it all the appearance of a cat, whose habits it follows. 16th to 18th December 1868. A brother of Said bin Habib died last night. I had made up my mind to leave the whole party, but Said said that Chisabe was not to be trusted, and the death of his brother having happened, it would not be respectful to leave him to bury his dead alone. 6 of his slaves fled during the night, one the keeper of the others. A Mobemba man, who had been to the coast twice with him, is said to have wished a woman who was in the chain, so he loosed 5 out and took her off. The others made clear heels of it, and now that the grass is long and green, no one can trace their course. Said told me that the slaves would not have detained him, but his brother's death did. We buried the youth who had been ill 3 months. Mpamari descended into the grave with 4 others. A broad cloth was held over them horizontally, and a little fluctuation made, as if to fan those who were depositing the body in the side excavation made at the bottom. When they had finished, they pulled in earth, and all shoved it towards them till the grave was level. Mulam came and poured a little water into and over the grave, mumbled a few prayers, at which Mpamari said aloud to me, "Mulam does not let his voice be heard." And Mulam smiled to me as if to say, "Loud enough for all I shall get." During the ceremony, the women were all wailing loudly. We went to the usual sitting place and shook hands with Said, as if receiving him back again into the company of the living. Said told me previously to this event that he had fought the people who killed his elder brother Salim bin Habib, and would continue to fight them till all their country was spoiled and a desolation. There is no forgiveness with Muslims for bloodshed. He killed many and took many slaves, ivory and copper. His tusks number over 200, many of a large size. 19th and 20th December 1868. To Chisabe's village stockade on the left bank of the Lifunso, which flows in a marshy valley 3 miles broad. 8 of Muhammad Baghrib's slaves fled by night, one with his gun and wife. A large party went in search, but saw nothing of them. Today an elephant was killed, and they sent for the meat, but Chisabe ordered the men to let his meat alone. Experience at Kabwabwata said, "Take the gentle course," so 2 fathoms of calico and 2 hoes were sent to propitiate the chief. Chisabe then demanded half the meat and 1 tusk. The meat was given, but the tusk was mildly refused. He is but a youth, and this is the only act of his counselors. It was replied that Kasembe, Chikumbe, Nasama, Merere made no demand at all. His counselors have probably heard of the Portuguese self-imposed law and wish to introduce it here, but both tusks were secured. 22nd December 1868. We crossed the Lifunso River, wading 3 branches, the first of 47 yards, then the river itself 50 yards, and neck deep to men and women of ordinary size. 2 were swept away and drowned, other 2 were rescued by men leaping in and saving them, one of whom was my man Susi. A crocodile bit one person badly, but was struck and driven off. 2 slaves escaped by night. A woman loosed her husband's yoke from the tree and got clear off. 24th December 1868. 5 sick people detain us today. Some cannot walk from feebleness and purging brought on by sleeping on the damp ground without clothes. Said bin Habib reports a peculiar breed of goats in Rua, remarkably short in the legs, so much so that they cannot travel far. They give much milk and become very fat, but the meat is indifferent. Gold is found at Katanga in the pool of a waterfall only. It probably comes from the rocks above this. His account of the Lofu, or as he says, West Lulaba, is identical with that of his cousin Said bin Omar. It flows north, but west of Lufira, into the lake of Kinkoza, so named after the chief. The East Lulaba becomes very large, often as much as 6 or 8 miles broad, with many inhabited islands, the people of which, being safe from invasion, are consequently rapacious and dishonest, and their chiefs, Moenge and Nyamkunda, are equally lawless. A hunter belonging to Said, named Kabwebwa, gave much information gleaned during his hunting trips. For instance, the Lufira has 9 feeders of large size, and one, the Lukulwe, has also 9 feeders. Another, the Kasingu, is covered with tika tika, by which the people cross it, though it bends under their weight. He also ascribes the origin of the Lufira and the Lulaba West, or Lofu, with the Liambe, to one large earthen mound, which he calls Segolo, or an ant hill. 25th December 1868, Christmas Day. We can buy nothing except the very coarsest food. Not a goat or fowl, while Side, having plenty of copper, can get all the luxuries. We marched past Mount Katanga, leaving it on our left, to the river Kapeta, and slaughtered a favorite kid to make a Christmas dinner. A trading party came up from Ujiji. They said that we were 10 camps from Tanganyika. They gave an erroneous report that a steamer with a boat in tow was on Lake Chawambe, an English one too, with plenty of cloth and beads on board. A letter had come from Abdullah bin Salam, Muslim missionary at Matisas, to Ujiji 3 months ago with this news. 26th December 1868. We marched up an ascent 2.5 hours and got on to the top of one of the mountain ridges, which generally run north and south. 3 hours along this level top brought us to the Kibwai River, a roaring rivulet beside villages. There were no people on the height over which we came, though the country is very fine, green and gay with varying shades of that color. We passed through patches of brackens 5 feet high and gingers in flower, and were in a damp cloud all day. Now and then a drizzle falls in these parts, but it keeps all damp only, and does not show in the rain gauge. Neither sun nor stars appear. 27th and 28th December 1868. Remain on Sunday, then march and cross 5 rivulets about 4 yards wide and knee-deep, going to the Lufunso. The grass now begins to cover and hide the paths. Its growth is very rapid. Blobs of water lie on the leaves all day, and keep the feet constantly wet by falling as we pass. 29th December 1868. We kept well on the ridge between 2 ranges of hills, then went down and found a partially burned native stockade and lodged in it. The fires of Ujiji party had set the huts on fire after the party left. We are in the Atande district at the Nwispa River. 30th September 1868. We now went due east and made a good deal of easting too from Mount Katanga on the Lufonso, and crossed the river Lokivwa, 12 yards wide and very deep, with villages all about. We ascended much as we went east. Very high mountains appeared on the northwest, the woods dark green with large patches of a paler hue. 31st December 1868. We reached the Lufuko yesterday in a pelting rain, not knowing that the camp with huts was near. I stopped and put on a burnous, got wet, and had no dry clothes. Remained today to buy food. Clouds cover all the sky from the northwest. The river, 30 yards wide, goes to Tanganyika east of this. Scenery very lovely. End of Volume 1. End of Chapter 13. End of the last journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa from 1865 to his death, Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868, by David Livingstone and Horace Waller.